The hearings are for us to explore certain matters further to help us come to our conclusions. There are some issues where we already have sufficient information from the written statements, so there will be little or no discussion on those matters. Please bear this in mind. If you wish to speak on a certain matter, please use the raise hand function on the toolbar, and I'll come to you at an appropriate time. Can I also ask that participants please give their name and any organisation they represent before speaking for the first time. That will assist me and those watching the sessions online. With regards to the stream today online, there is a potential issue which I've been alerted to via the Wi-Fi. So as a backup, Annette's going to be recording the session today in Teams in case we need that to upload it later on. However, if that recording is not needed, it will be deleted in accordance with data protection regs. Okay, move on to the agenda then. And issue 1, which is Anglia Square. I think in terms of dealing with the questions for this site, I'm going to take questions 1 and 5 together because they both relate really to the appropriateness of the number of dwellings that's assumed for this site. Just to start with, I understand the site promoter is currently preparing to submit an application for around 1,000 dwellings at the site. Is there any further updates on the application or change in circumstances since the hearing statements were submitted? Thank you.
Hello. Sorry, Sarah, were you going to speak?
Yes, I was. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Hatfield. My name's Sarah Ashurst. I'm the Head of Planning and Regulatory Services here at Norwich City Council. Just to say that there's been a further round of public consultation and design review panel and community review panel that's taken place since the responses were written, and we're continuing discussions with the developer. I'll let Mr. Luder come in and update you further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Peter Luder, Powell Planning. I'm acting for Western Homes, the site promoter. I can confirm that we've had rounds of public consultation, the most recent being at the beginning of February that involved the public and stakeholders, and we've had Design Southeast panel, a further meeting, and the community review panel meeting, and we've continued to engage with Historic England and other parties such as the Norwich Society as part of that process. The application is on course to be submitted at the end of this month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In their hearing statement, Historic England expressed fairly strong concerns regarding the revised scheme. Has that situation changed at all?
Thank you. My name is Debbie Mack from Historic England. I'd like to introduce my colleague Claire Campbell, who is fronting the work for the application from Historic England, and she will update you on the position from Historic England.
Okay, at this stage, it's just whether the position has changed at all from the statements. But by all means, Ms. Campbell, if you wish to come in on that point.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Claire Campbell. I'm representing Historic England as the Development Advice Team Leader. To be brief, our position is as set out in our statement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll come back to the constraints in a second. Question for the partnership in the first instance. How was the assumed figure of 800 dwellings arrived at? And what is it based on?
Thank you. So if I can kind of start this discussion, obviously at the Regulation 18 stage of the submission of the Greater Norwich Local Plan, the allocation being put forward was largely based on what we refer to as the call-in scheme. Between the Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stages, we received the decision from the Secretary of State on that call-in scheme.
Sorry, just 1 second. I've got a plane flying overhead. Let me close the Velux window. Sorry about that. I don't live near a major airport, but obviously it's a pleasure craft out today. I do apologise. Please continue.
No problem, thank you. So yes, between the Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stages, we received the Secretary of State's decision on the call-in scheme, which obviously saw a refusal recommended. And I suppose there was a fairly kind of limited window effectively to rewrite that scheme. Clearly, we weren't going to proceed with an allocation on the basis of a scheme which had just been refused by the Secretary of State. So we essentially took a judgment of the amount of dwellings and development that we felt might be achievable on that site, excuse me, addressing the concerns that the inspector had laid out in his decision and the Secretary of State had laid out in his further decision as well. Obviously, we took into account both the reasons for refusal, development viability, which is known to challenge this site in kind of reaching that figure of 800 that we put forward in that proposed allocation. But we still believe that this is it's a strategic regeneration site for the city, and it's a sustainable location where we believe it can optimise sustainable housing growth in the city centre.
Okay, and is there any specific evidence that led you to arrive at the figure of 800 dwellings?
No, there isn't.
Okay. And how clear is it that that number of dwellings could satisfactorily address heritage considerations?
Obviously, the inquiry that led to the Secretary of State's decision effectively was held over 4 weeks, and there was considerable discussion of the historic environment and the impact of the call-in scheme on the historic environment. A number of days, if not weeks, were spent kind of discussing this issue, and obviously consideration continues in terms of our discussions with Historic England, the Norwich Society, SAVE, etc., and a number of local historic groups. So the heritage and historic environment are at the forefront of our consideration of development proposals for this site, effectively.
Okay, and obviously my role isn't to assess the application that's already been refused by the Secretary of State, or to assess the one that's pending. My role is to be clear on the appropriateness of the figure that's quoted in the GNLP, and the appropriateness of the policy wording, which we'll get onto in a short while. So the figure of 800 was it was implied to me in one of the hearing statements that it was based on an assumption about reducing the heights of various buildings within the refused scheme. Is that the approach that was broadly taken?
Yes, the call-in scheme saw a 20-storey tower essentially, and a range of buildings up to 12 stories, and a judgment was made that obviously they were some of the main issues in terms of the inspector's decision. So reducing the height across the scheme would have resulted in a lesser number of dwellings being proposed, whilst at that time maintain the level of retail and commercial and leisure floor space that's being proposed in that then allocation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewley, you've got your hand raised.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very brief at this point. Yes, I think we've used the expression that the process involved by the City Council was effectively shaving off from the top. At the time that they did this, in order for the Regulation 19 process, we hadn't at that stage had detailed discussions on an alternative scheme, and therefore they made an assumption that the ground floor uses would be pretty much as before, and a hotel and a cinema, which all, of course, use up accommodation. So effectively, they, through knowledge of the city and also taking account of the Secretary of State's comments, I think the officers undertook an exercise of reducing height and therefore working out what that meant in terms of loss of residential numbers as opposed to any other element of the previous scheme. Now, we've also added in our response to your questions that, of course, we've been undertaking and working up a new scheme, a detailed heritage impact assessment, which is not yet complete, but it's been part of the process of working out a scheme. And on that basis, our heritage consultants believe that an 800 unit scheme with what we are proposing as the non-residential uses would be acceptable in heritage terms. The question then is it making a good use of the site, a highly sustainable, well-located site? Is it making best use of that site in terms of other policies? And our position would be that no, it isn't. You could actually have more than 800 dwellings with the other uses we're proposing without causing undue harm. So I'll leave it at that at this point.
Okay, thank you. The partnership's proposed modification which would remove reference to 800 dwellings and replace that with a range of 600 to 1,000 dwellings. Why has that approach been suggested?
If I can come in on that, Mr. Hatfield. Essentially, it takes account of everybody's kind of representations, but the figure that's been put into the allocation, the 800, as you rightly say, is not substantiated by any evidence. And actually, the development proposals coming forward are kind of demonstrating that in order to be viable and deliverable and achievable, this site requires a greater number of dwellings on site compared to kind of the level of commercial floor space. I suppose we're proposing a range so that kind of coming out of the policy and going into the supporting text to enable a consideration of the development, its density and how it responds to a historic context when we get to the development management process, which we feel would be a better position and better point in time to be considering the contextual setting of the allocation, so that we can consider market forces and viability at the point at which an application comes forward. As I say, the range of dwellings that we're proposing kind of takes in the ranges being suggested by all parties. So we're proposing the 600 to 1,000 goes in the supporting text rather than actually in the policy. But for purposes of our trajectory, we'd take the midpoint, so take the 800 dwellings as being that kind of number that would go into our trajectory.
So the upper and lower bounds of that range, the 600, does that come from the? I understand there was a scheme submitted to the public inquiry that showed a scheme of 600 dwellings. Obviously, 1,000 is close to the range or to the amount which is, I understand, will be proposed in the forthcoming application. Is that where the 2 points were taken from, the 600 and the 1,000?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Mack, do you wish to come in?
Thank you. Yes, if I may, I'd like to address 2 points really that we've been discussing so far. First of all, the point about the evidence to support the 800 figure. And secondly, I'd like to talk about this issue of a proposed range for the dwelling capacity for the site. So first of all, in terms of evidence, it is notable to hear that there is no specific evidence to support that number prepared by the authority. We've been advising for a very long time that all of the site allocations should be informed by heritage impact assessment. We compromised and suggested a reduced number for them to consider, and they did that for 11 out of the 13 sites. But for 2 sites, Anglia Square and East Norwich, there was no HIA prepared, which is contrary to the national advice on the evidence needed to support site allocations. And without that evidence, we would question whether the allocation is fully justified and that number is robust. Then there has been this recent proposal to amend the policy by removing reference to 800 dwellings and introducing this range of 600 to 1,000 in the supporting text. But Historic England have significant concerns about that proposal. The NPPF is very clear that policy should give a clear indication of how a decision maker should react. Planning practice guidance is very clear that sufficient detail should be given to provide clarity to developers, communities, and other interested parties about the nature and scale of development. Giving a range of 400 dwellings does not give clarity about the nature and scale of development. And finally, our own advice note makes it very clear that policies should include sufficient detail on issues such as the nature, scale of development and the mitigation needed. So to introduce this level of vagueness at a very late hour, in our view, is unacceptable and not helpful in the planning process.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Luder, did you wish to comment?
Thank you, sir. just a couple of points then to respond on this. The situation was that we started in our response to the proposal by suggesting that we felt 800 was a minimum and that the policy should allow for a higher figure if it were demonstrated through the development management process to be acceptable on a scheme. And after all, we've seen the development management process in action on this site in respect of the call-in scheme, and it clearly assessed that scheme against adopted policy and planning judgment and planning balance, and came to a conclusion through the Secretary of State that the scheme was not acceptable. So we felt that that was a good starting point. We discussed that with the City Council and the partnership, and accepted that, of course, with Historic England believing that a lower figure of 600 was appropriate, which incidentally in itself does not have any HIA to support it. Their scheme was not based on a submitted HIA for the call-in scheme. We felt that we should agree with the principle of the approach the City Council wanted to take, which is that a range that went from the base of Historic England to our proposal level was an appropriate way to identify the scope that was emerging for the site. But we strongly believe that for various special circumstances, this site needs to be looked at as a development management decision in a policy framework that allows a range. The point that there isn't clarity, I think, is not appropriate here, because there is an established process. It's already been used once, and that is where the final figure can be developed. The position of Historic England is that they only say that the 600 figure might be appropriate. They haven't demonstrated why something else would not be acceptable. And in this particular case, sir, we have the unfortunate circumstances of a timing issue. Were we in a position where this site could be put to one side until the local plan had been fully adopted, then perhaps a different approach could be taken. But as you've already been advised, there is the question of a very substantial, that's £15 million funding contribution from Homes England through the HIF, the Marginal Scheme Fund, granted to Norwich City Council for this site, which Homes England have acknowledged they would consider, they would accept for the revised scheme. It was originally for the previous scheme, but there are time deadlines. That money has to be spent by March 24, and there quite frankly isn't the luxury of dealing with the local plan and then preparing an application on that basis. It does in this instance have to be a concurrent arrangement, and for that reason alone, I think it has to be understood that the policy needs to allow the DM process to do what it's designed to do. Thank you.
So Mr. Leader, before you
Yes.
go, you're supportive of the range because it gives the flexibility for all the detailed constraints to be considered at the development management stage. Is that your position in a nutshell?
Yes, we understand Historic England's viewpoint, and of course, if the HIA process that we are preparing and will be submitted with the application, with the 40-odd viewpoints that will all have rendered or wireline images and other material to support the argument on heritage impact, if that demonstrates in the view of the decision makers that that scheme isn't acceptable, that will be they will be able to make that decision. And if ultimately they want to present the facts that actually within the range, clearly a lower figure is going to have to be necessary, they would be able to do that. It's because we understand the partnership needs a figure in order to use its housing allocation process and monitor it. And equally, we understand that different groups have different views. I mean, for example, the Norwich Society have indicated they are likely to be happy with around 800 units. So we just thought, if the policy itself doesn't specify, on the basis there isn't a scheme that has been worked up and shown to be able to accommodate that number of units, the range was the better option to take forward.
Okay. I'll come back to the partnership in a second. I just want to get comments from around the room before I go back to the partnership for response. So I'll go to Mr. Jordan next, please, whose hand is raised. Next, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I think this is probably the appropriate time for me. The Norwich Society has been cited in Peter's last contribution. I think for the Society, there are two issues we wanted to raise here, and it only relates to this late amendment to the dwelling estimate. The first thing we want to raise, which I don't think has come to the fore yet, is we think there's an important procedural issue here and a significant fairness concern that arises from the procedure. So, as has been said, the Regulation 19 consultation told the world that something in the region of 800 homes would be achievable at Anglia Square, and that statement did follow the call-in scheme, and therefore the public was entitled to treat it as the partnership's considered response in the light of the inquiry outcome and the lessons learned from it. The Norwich Society treated it that way, decided not to object to the allocation in the plan at that stage. Our view is that probably a lower dwelling figure would be desirable, but we took the view that the partnership statement was at least a reasonable starting point and could conceivably produce a satisfactory outcome if the heritage interests were suitably addressed. We reached that conclusion without the benefit of an HIA, but in the light of our own detailed knowledge of the site. And I note in passing, and it's already been said, that Orsini's evidence today backs up, in a sense, our assessment. The site is indeed capable of probably taking 800 units. If the partnership had indicated at the Regulation 19 stage that it was actually contemplating the possibility of 1,000 homes, we would have formally objected in a way that we didn't. But at least the Society is present today to make this point to you. Sadly, others who are like-minded are not available because they took the Regulation 19 statement at face value, didn't raise objections to the 800 figure, but would have done to 1,000. One of those other parties is Save Britain's Heritage, which played a significant part in the calling inquiry. And I have to tell you, sir, that I've, in this respect and this respect only, I speak for not just the Norwich Society, but for Save Britain's Heritage. I've been authorised by them to say that, and I quote, had Save Britain's Heritage been made aware of these changes at an earlier stage, we'd have objected very strongly and wished to appear today. So there's a procedural issue for you to consider, sir, and reflect on or reach a view. This wouldn't be a problem if the partnership reverted and stuck to its original in the region of 800 statement. I think there's a second reason. If this is my one go on behalf of the Society, there's a second reason why we say that that the 800 statement should be reverted to. There's a second reason. Anglia Square is an extremely important site, but it's not by any means the largest development site in Greater Norwich. It's been studied intensely by all the parties for many years now. And at this stage of a local plan process, we'd normally expect to see some degree of precision emerging in the allocation of a site. In this instance now, the partnership is proposing changes which substantially decrease that precision, and as has been said, gives us a range of 400 homes to contemplate. Obviously, our concern is with the 1,000 figure, not with the imprecision specifically. We can readily understand why Western Homes are calling for this amendment. It does lend credence to an imminent planning application which seeks just such numbers, and it would enable the applicant to claim apparent conformity to the emerging local plan, something which today it couldn't claim. So we entirely understand Western Homes' position. It's not as clear to me why the partnership should be willing to agree to such an amendment at this late stage with an application imminent. After all, the partnership is saying that it still considers the 800 figure to be the best estimate of the site's likely contribution. And there's at least a risk that this change will be seen as evidence of a degree of prejudgment of the application which lies ahead of us. So in our view, to sum up, the only, and as I think others have said and agreed, the only proper and reliable means of establishing the correct volume here is through the development management process. It cannot and shouldn't be established in this examination. The present in the region of 800 statement should be retained. It's still the partnership's best estimate. I disagree with Mr. Luder in one respect. I don't think it has been reached arbitrarily, and I don't think it's an absolute maximum. The merits of a 1,000 dwelling scheme can still be rigorously tested through the development management process. This is as things should be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the figures put forward in the proposed amendment in relation to the potential impact on the historic environment. We are very concerned about the proposed revisions for reasons my colleague has already given, but also because of the likely impact on the historic environment from the housing numbers proposed. In the absence of an HIA, we can only draw conclusions on the numbers on the basis of the schemes that we've seen. And those are three. There's the Ash Sacular scheme, which was the alternative approach that Historic England put forward at the inquiry for around 600 dwellings. The pre-application scheme that we are currently considering at around 1,050, and the inquiry scheme at 1,250. So the lower figure of 600 proposed within.
I'm struggling to. Your audio is breaking up. Is anyone else having that issue, or is it me? I'm also getting a bad network quality notification. So, is anyone else struggling to hear Ms. Campbell's audio?
No, Inspector. It is with yourself, I'm afraid.
It is with me, right? Okay. In which case, can we break for 1 minute? Because I think my wife was going to try and make a separate video call on the assumption our broadband was going to be good enough. If it isn't, I'll ask her to come off it. If we can break for 1 second, I'll ask her to come off it and we'll come straight back. I do apologise, Ms. Campbell. I lost your audio completely then. If no one else did, then it's with me. Give me 1 minute. I'll try and resolve the issues at my end and I'll come straight back. I do apologise.
Thank you. If people would just like to turn their camera off, and we'll just hold for a second. Thank you.
Okay, I do apologise about that. we'd assumed we had a good enough broadband connection for both of our meetings to go ahead today, but my wife's going to log off now, so hopefully my connection should be better now. I do apologise about that. Ms. Campbell, if you could just resume where you were. I didn't catch the last 10 seconds or so of what you said.
Thank you. I think I was just running through the other schemes that we have seen, which are what all we have to go on in terms of commenting on the sort of potential impact of housing numbers. The final one was the inquiry scheme at 1,250 houses. So of the number of the range proposed in the revised policy, the lower figure of 600 corresponds with our advice that this number would be more appropriate than the figure of 800 previously proposed, and that's based on the alternative scheme that Historic for England submitted as part of the evidence at the inquiry, which the drawings of which show that this level of development could be provided without harm to the historic environment. We have expressed concerns about the figure of 800 and whether this could be achieved without harm. So we're clearly very concerned about the proposal to increase that range to 1,000 houses. We consider the current scheme, which is at the pre-application stage, would result in a high level of harm. It includes blocks of 5 to 8 stories, which is higher and bulkier than the traditional form of building found within the historic city, and would cause harm to the conservation area and a number of listed buildings within it. And our advice at the pre-application stage has been, while this might be somewhat mitigated by design, we consider that only a meaningful reduction in the level of development would reduce the harm to a level that allays our concerns. So clearly the proposal to put forward the higher levels numbers of housing in the policy is something we're not supportive of. Thank you.
Forgive me, Sarah, I think you're on mute.
I do apologise. I think that was covering my panting after I'd run up and down the stairs to get my wife to turn the computer off. The question was, is from Historic England's perspective a figure of 600 in ballpark terms acceptable? It's the higher figures that are a problem. Is that your position, if I understand it correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And is your view with regards to the 800 figure simply one that it lacks evidence at this stage?
It is, yes, and perhaps I should qualify that clearly an assessment of any figure, including the 600, should be done, but we have at least the drawings that show that it seems likely that that can be achieved without harm.
Okay. My intention was to go and collect comments from everyone in the room, but I'm aware it's going to be an awful lot for the partnership to respond to at once. So I'll allow the partnership to come in now, and then I'll go and collect comments from the rest of the room, and I'll allow the partnership to respond at the end. So partnership in the first instance, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, in respect of the absence of the HIA specifically, I think it's important to note that, as Ms Campbell has just alluded, neither the 600 or the 800 scheme have actually been subject to an HIA. The scheme that was the subject of the call-in scheme, as I said previously, was extensively discussed in terms of its heritage impact at the previous public inquiry for a number of days, and heritage impact of the emerging proposals, which are less than the call-in scheme, again have been subject of extensive conversations between ourselves, Historic England, and other heritage partners. The Ash Sakula scheme as well, I'm not aware was actually supported by any viability evidence, and without straying into issue 2, I think viability is something that must also be considered in the round in terms of the context of the allocation. You're looking at something like £16 million just to demolish the buildings on site, look at contaminated land remediation, archaeology. It's a very expensive, complex site to develop. It's acknowledged that viability on this site and this allocation is marginal, hence the securement of the £15 million worth of housing infrastructure funding from Homes England, who are positive and actively supportive of bringing forward housing on this scheme. and also by the previous agreement of the City Council to grant something in the region of £10 million of exceptional circumstances relief through SIL. So I think obviously heritage is incredibly important to consider, but you can't consider it in isolation. It must be taken in the context of the site, of its surroundings, of the development viability as well as a whole. And the DM process really is the best place to undertake that assessment of all the constraints of the site, of its heritage impact and its viability. I think there's a lot of focus here on the numbers of houses as a single entity of the allocation coming forward, but actually that the allocation is for a lot more than just housing. It's also for a large district centre, and the proposals that are emerging, which have kind of informed the new allocation proposals, have responded to the pandemic that we've just been through for the last 2 years, changing market factors, and as a result that kind of quantum of commercial and leisure floor space is significantly reduced. So whilst the numbers of housing may be going up, the floor space for other uses is coming down effectively. So the quantum of development across the site is still much less than it was in the calling scheme. The Norwich Society, by their own admission, I think through this have acknowledged that consideration of a range of numbers would be best through the development management process. And I think it's important to understand that in that development management process, you take heritage in the balance effectively, and there would be a number of public benefits that would be seen from redevelopment of this scheme. It's been a long-standing allocation and aspiration for the City Council. It's allocated in our 2004 replacement local plan, again in our 2014 site allocations plan following adoption of the Joint Core Strategy, another Greater Norwich Partnership Development Plan. So it's really important to us that we do kind of see development of this site coming forward, and this allocation and securing this allocation is really important. And I think it's acknowledged that the best way to actually bring forward development of this is to allow the flexibility in the policy for that range of dwellings to be considered at the appropriate stage, which is the development management stage. And I think it's also important to note that in his decision, the Secretary of State considered the particular circumstances of the site justified the kind of nature of the housing mix, and he saw that, you know, this was probably a site that was suitable for a significant proportion of flatted units. It's a highly sustainable brownfield site in a city centre location, fantastic connectivity into and around the city, but also outside of it. This is an ideal location for significant development. I'll come back on further points later. Thank you.
Okay, just one quick follow-up question for myself first. Obviously, the policy as currently worded states that the site will deliver in the region of 800 homes. You've obviously proposed a modification to change that, but do you believe that gives you insufficient flexibility as things stand?
Not necessarily. I mean, it does contain the words "in the region of," which would allow us a consideration of a greater number or a lesser number. So it does give the flexibility to some extent already.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Hatton was next. Mr. George, is that legacy hand? I think that it is. So we'll hear from Mr. Hatton next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Steve Hatton. I'm the Planning and Design Director for Western Homes. Miss Ashurst just did cover my main point, really, is that it's slightly misleading to only compare residential numbers and dwellings, because the scheme is a major mixed-use residential regen scheme. So it contains components other than residential. So comparing 600, 800 and 1,000 is quite misleading. So as an example, the previously proposed allocation of 800, that did include, as Mr. Luder pointed out, a similar level of non-residential uses as per the inquiry scheme. That included a public car park of 600 car parking spaces, a 200-bed hotel, and a significantly higher proportion of residential car parking spaces. So
I'd pick that up from the statement, and also that the southeast corner of the site has been brought into the ownership of your ownership, whereas it was excluded from the calling scheme. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, sir. Yes. So the site has increased marginally in its size. So that also helps to dissipate density slightly. But yeah, I just wanted to raise that in our emerging proposal, that is around 1,000 homes. But we don't have a 600 space multi-storey car park, a 200 bed hotel, and we have a 40% provision of car parking for residents, which is a reduction of 560 spaces. As also has been pointed out by Ms. Ashurst, the pandemic has changed the outlook in terms of the retail sector. We're now proposing a reduction in non-residential floor space on the ground floor of around 10,000 square metre reduction, so from about 15,000 to 5,000 approximately. All of these things lead to us being able to include further residential homes in lieu of some of those non-residential uses. So therefore it's quite misleading. 800 units, but with a higher proportion of non-residential, may have a similar density and mass to 1,000 units, but less non-residential. So I just wanted to point out, sir, as I felt it was maybe not a direct and fair comparison to only talk about residential unit numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Luder.
So I'll be very brief. I just wanted to, on the same lines, point out that the Ash Sakula scheme included a hotel and a cinema and a sort of building that would house makers and so forth against the flyover, where we're actually providing more permeability. So there were other uses in the Ash Sakula scheme that may not be appropriate now, or certainly aren't in the current scheme, that would have therefore meant that the 600 dwelling figure could have gone higher. It also has some quite large surface car parks, so there may well be elements of it that could have meant that if you had a similar range of uses that we're proposing now, that figure of 600 would have been higher.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Luder.
One other point, to come back on Michael Jordan's point about consultation on the change to the policy. I would say that we've had a very extensive amount of public consultation. As I noted in February, we had 500 members of the public visiting Anglia Square on a Sunday or Monday when it was quite cold, to look at the scheme with the model and all the drawings. So a lot of people understand the proposal that's coming in. And what we're seeking in agreement with the partnership is not to preclude people from having an opportunity to make their comments on a submitted proposal. It's just to enable that proposal to be put before people for the DM process to undertake its proper role. Thank you.
Okay, and as previously discussed, I'm not here to assess anything that relates to any forthcoming plan application. That's not my role. Ms. Mack, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to make a couple of quick points really following on from that. I think this whole issue of quantum of development is really important. We have focused quite a bit, as has been said, on the quantum of residential development. But as a couple of people have also pointed out, there are loads of other uses being proposed on the site, and yet the policy before us is not clear on the quantum of those alternative uses. And that in itself is something of an issue with the policy, because I take the point that 600 dwellings plus a lot of other uses, but unspecified, is very different to 800 dwellings but no other uses at its extreme. So I think the policy itself needs to be clearer about the quantum of all uses. And in terms of the residential quantum, a range of 400 is so wide that it doesn't give clarity. Secondly, on the point of the HIA, it is true that an HIA wasn't prepared alongside the Ash Sakula scheme, but that wasn't a scheme for an allocation. That was a scheme for evidence for an inquiry. What we're looking at here today is an allocation. And is this figure of 800 supported by an HIA as it should be? And the answer to that is no, it is not. And so we do not have that evidence before us. It's not about specific schemes, it's about an allocation. And at the moment, we do not have that evidence. And finally, there's been a lot of talk about, well, we can just leave it to the development management process. That'll sort it all out. The principle of development, including the nature and scale of development, is established in a local plan. What is written in a policy is carried forward. And so this is the appropriate point for proper consideration of those factors. It's an appropriate point for an HIA not for a specific scheme, but for an allocation. I think there's sometimes confusion about HIAs. We're not talking about a very detailed HIA discussing an actual scheme. We're talking about an HIA for an allocation, which looked at broad principles and broad recommendations to inform the policy. So I just wanted to make those differences clear, and to reference the issue about quantum and principles being established in a plan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Mack. There are a couple of other hands up raised. I do want to move on from this issue fairly shortly, so I'll take a couple of additional brief comments. I'm going to get a final comment from the partnership before we move on. So Ms. Clements first, please.
Thank you very much. Just a very brief comment from me, and actually taking a slightly wider point. I think it's important to remember that while we're looking at this kind of range, maybe in a development management context for this site, and I won't pass comment on whether that is or isn't something which should be supported, we also have to think about delivery of this site in terms of the trajectory, and having a range for 400 units difference in the trajectory is actually something which is quite important. And that's the scale of another strategic site that might be needed to be brought into the trajectory to potentially make up the gap in the numbers there. So if this range is going to be used, and I don't pass comment on whether that is or isn't a good idea, we need to make sure that is properly reflected in the trajectory. And if there is any shortfall, or if that number isn't met, we need a contingency, or there needs to be enough supply to be able to make up the difference. So it might be that for trajectory purposes, the most prudent thing to do is actually to include the lowest number to make sure there is enough supply coming forward over the process of the local plan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watts.
Thank you, sir. So Chris Watts of CPW Planning, representing Western Homes, Columbia Threadneedle and their land interest at Angler Square. So I just wanted to quickly comment on a point raised by Debbie Mack, that the policy needs to be more clear and precise about the scale of non-residential uses at Angler Square. I'll just highlight that we talked about this, sir, in a previous hearing session on policy 7.1, but the NPPF Para 86A is very clear that policies should be flexible enough to ensure that town centres can adapt and respond to changes in the retail and leisure sectors and promote a mix of suitable uses. So I think in that context, and given the impact of the pandemic on market conditions and consumer operator demand, a more precise figure would not be appropriate or effective. And also the partnership's evidence base, the Avison Young Retail Study 2020, talks in some detail about moving away from quantitative thresholds for retail schemes and towards qualitative improvements. So I think all of that points towards the need for flexibility in a policy response.
Okay, thank you. Does the partnership want to briefly respond to anything that's been said before we move on to the next question?
Thank you, sir. I think it's just important to note that we maintain if a range were to be a modification to the plan, we would use the figure of 800 for the trajectory, as is already included. And I suppose it's a comment in the form of a question, effectively. If we proceed with this allocation in the absence of an HIA, is it Historic England's assertion that this allocation should be removed from the plan? As I've said previously, this is a highly sustainable brownfield site that in my mind is absolutely prime for allocation in a plan. It has been previously, and I think that assessment of heritage comes in the context as wider point that we're already in discussions about proposals of development of the site.
I mean, on that second point, I understood from what Historic England have already said that their view is that a figure of 600 would be broadly acceptable, albeit they have reservations about the lack of a HIA. But if that's incorrect, I'm happy to have a point of clarification from Historic England now before we move on.
Just to confirm that is correct, your understanding is correct, Inspector.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got all I need then. with regards to questions 1 and 5. So we'll move on to question 2, which is, will a scheme for around 800 dwellings be viable and deliverable? There's already been reference made by Mr. Luder to the Homes England Housing Infrastructure Fund award of £15 million, which has been rolled forward, as I understand it at least, to the new scheme being formulated and by all accounts is at a reasonably advanced stage prior to submission to the council. There was also reference to the need to spend that funding by 2024. What precisely would that money be spent on, given it would have to be spent so quickly? That's the first question, please.
That's possibly one I will defer to either Mr. Luder or Steve Hatton, but just to say that we are in discussions, just seeking a legal update in terms of the specifics of what that money could be spent on. The changes to subsidy control may require us to kind of just refresh the legal advice we've had previously, but we've had quite a detailed plan come through from the developer in terms of how we would actually spend that money and on what in order to facilitate this development coming through. But to go through the specifics, I'll pass you over to the development team.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Steve Hatton may wish to add to this, but I should explain that we went through this process obviously in great detail for the call-in scheme, so we understood the sorts of measures that were possible that would avoid any risk of state aid payments. There's lots of infrastructure work that's needed on this site, and elements such as removing asbestos from the Sovereign House, which actually at the moment you can't even go in because it's so heavily contaminated. The decontamination of the site when the buildings are demolished, the archaeology on the site, the moving of utilities underground to enable the development to take place. These are all items that can properly fall within HIF funding, because that is, it's all related to infrastructure. And as the partnership has already indicated, we believe that the cost of site preparation before any development can take place is actually greater than the HIF fund. It's about 16 to 17 million pounds to prepare the site so that development could take place. And therefore, given the need to concentrate activity on those measures and the fact that a large part of the site is already open car park, we're confident that we can get on and undertake all that work by that deadline. But it is a very tight, this is the reason why this application is going to be submitted this month, because we have a very tight deadline in order to do those preliminary works before development can happen.
Okay, I mean, where the question was coming from really is it was the case in the trajectory that completions aren't forecast to come forward until 26, 27. And obviously, if you needed to spend £15 million 2-3 years in advance of that, it was just to understand how that tied in with the assumed delivery rates at this site. If your view, Mr. Luder, is that there's even more cost in preparing the site, demolition, remediation, archaeology, etc., then that perhaps answers the question. But that's where I was coming from, really, just marrying up the deadline for the HIF funding with the trajectory. Yes,
I mean, I appreciate we're straying into question 3, the delivery pace, but in fact,
we'll come on to the detailed delivery rates in a second. Yeah, it was purely how it related to the HIF funding.
Yes, yeah, but I mean, there may well be some housing delivered before the dates that are sort of talked about there, because it's only been recently that the scheme has got to the point where we can actually work out in more detail the phasing of this new proposal and what can be delivered at what pace within it. So, you know, when I wrote the Statement of Common Ground and Delivery material last October, a lot hadn't yet happened that now has, that helps identify the steps. But we are confident with the HIF money that there is the right sort of things available to do within the time frame. Okay, and just one follow-up question before I go back to the partnership. Can I infer from the size of that award, which is large, that the site would be unviable without grant funding? Absolutely. In actual fact, the original award request made by Norwich City Council was for £10 million. And in the process of reviewing the submissions, and that took a very detailed assessment whereby Homes England appointed Deloitte to review everything. And we went through at Western Homes with Deloitte all the details they wanted, including visiting Western Homes construction factory, which demonstrates the vertical integration of the company. As a result of that process, Homes England decided to increase the award to £15 million itself. So it's absolutely the case that this scheme would not be viable without that funding at all. It simply wouldn't be, which has been the absolute reason for the need for speed following the Secretary of State's decision on the last scheme.
Okay, and so if this current application you're preparing is refused by the council or is delayed significantly, what implications would that have?
Well, the situation is, as I've indicated, Western Homes has a subject to planning contract with Columbia Threadneedle. Therefore, Western Homes would be in a position where it wouldn't have a site to buy. It certainly wouldn't buy the site without a planning permission the second time, and therefore it would remain Columbia Threadneedle's asset. Now, it is a functioning shopping centre, albeit that it's got derelict buildings above it, and the car parks are also in use, the surface car parks. So it does generate an income for Columbia Threadneedle as it exists. Yes, the buildings are acknowledged by the City Council's conservation area appraisal to be harmful to the conservation area, but they can't require them to be removed. There's a shopping centre there, and it's not for me to speak for Columbia Threadneedle, but it would appear that they could simply continue with the current situation.
And what would happen if the application you're currently preparing was called in again?
Well, we're confident that we have a strong case here. Incidentally, we don't believe that the clearly much reduced harm that could possibly be ascribed to it would actually warrant a call-in. But if it were called in, clearly the intention is to secure consent. And as you may be aware, with the last scheme, the inspector considered that in the planning balance from what was then the framework paragraph 196, the scheme warranted a recommendation for approval. It was the Secretary of State who disagreed with the inspector. Now it's paragraph 202, obviously, but we believe that in a call-in situation, the lesser degree of harm would be well outweighed by the public benefits. And on that is because last time the Secretary of State actually agreed with the inspector in many instances in terms of whether or not there was harm or heritage benefit. He disagreed on a number of individual points, but in each individual heritage asset, he agreed that the harm was outweighed by the benefits. It was only cumulatively that he felt that the number of instances where there was harm outweighed the public benefit.
I've read the Secretary of State's decision. It's the point about what would happen to the HIF funding if the application is delayed. Is there any scope to extend it, or let's say, because obviously a call-in process significantly elongates the application process.
Yes.
So it's then what happens to that money if that were to arise?
It's somewhat of a difficult question, although it depends on the speed in which a call-in could be dealt with this time. It's Homes England have made the decision, which they didn't have to extend the period of time for the funding to allow this application to be submitted. In actual fact, originally with the call-in scheme, it was an earlier cut-off date, but they have extended it to enable this application as long as it pursues a very fast trajectory. and therefore I suppose in that instance they would have to be consulted over in terms of the agreement to allow a decision to be made by the Secretary of State for their own agency. So there is clearly, a connection there. It would be somewhat perverse, I think, to have a process governed by the Secretary of State, which in itself caused the marginal status to result in the scheme not being able to take place.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Luder. Ms. Mack, did you wish to come in before I go back to the partnership?
Thank you. Just briefly to pick up on this need for speed, which I hear and understand the time critical nature of the application and the funding. But I'm not sure that that is an excuse for not giving full consideration to the historic environment or accepting an unacceptable level of harm to the historic environment. Moreover, given this need for speed and the potential for this particular scheme not to fly, it may not be granted permission, it may not be implemented, we may be a number of years down the line and looking at an alternative scheme. We need a robust policy in the plan to see us through for the way forward. And that needs to be a robust policy for the historic environment.
Okay, thank you. Does the partnership wish to respond to points? Mr. Luder, do you wish to very, very quickly come back?
Yes, very quickly. No one is saying that the heritage impact shouldn't be properly assessed and given all due weight. The change to the policy would not take that away in any sense, but it is necessary under the circumstances in order to enable an application to go forward for assessment on that basis.
I've heard all I need to hear on the issue of the range of 600 to 1,000 raised. I don't propose to revisit that again, really, but I'll take a response from the partnership on anything else that's been raised. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to come back on a few points. So I think it's important to note for your own purposes that the phasing is being discussed not only between ourselves and the developer and the emerging proposals, but also in terms of how that would relate to the HIF fund effectively through Homes England, and they are being assured through a series of documents that that HIF funding could be spent by the March 24 deadline. It's also important for you to note that as well as that HIF funding contributing to the viability of the scheme, it's our knowledge that the developer would also be seeking still exceptional circumstances relief. So there would be a further circa £10 million worth of public subsidy. So you're looking actually at £25 million worth of public money going in to make this site viable and deliverable. If I can be candid, we've had some quite honest conversations with the developer, and in the event that any scheme were refused, it's our understanding that Western Homes would walk away from the site, and it might be a question you wish to raise to Mr. Hatton himself, who is on the call. In terms of a call-in and how that would relate to the HIF money, we are getting the message very loud and clear from Homes England that whilst this money has been extended once, it will not be extended again. We have sought advice from them on that point, and there may be some wriggle room with some of the HIF money, but it would be very, very limited amount. And the majority of that money would need to be spent by March 24. And essentially, this is looking to deliver homes for Norwich, and this site would deliver a significant amount of the housing need within the city centre, and that's why Homes England are positively, actively and consistently engaged with the City Council to try and make this a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question in the first instance. It's been put to me by Western Homes in their hearing statement that a scheme for 800 dwellings would not be viable. What's the partnership's response to that point, given that's the figure that would be assumed as things stand at present?
I think it would be important to see the evidence behind that. I think there has been some work done by Western Homes in terms of whether an 800 housing scheme would be viable, but it's really quite high level. It doesn't go into the detail of a development proposal that we are getting forward. Obviously, viability will be, actively scrutinised through the development management process. But as I say, I think we'd need to see more evidence from Western Homes on that 800 housing scheme potential.
Do you have any evidence that a scheme for 800 dwellings would be viable?
As a partnership, no, we do not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think I want to move on now. That's everything I need from question 2, which is the issue of viability. Question 3 is, does the evidence support the expected delivery of housing units in 26-27 through to 2031-32, which in effect is trajectory and phasing. Question for the partnership to begin. What's the basis for assuming the delivery of housing on this site from 26-27? And what milestones does that assume? Thank you.
Effectively, this kind of goes back to what I've just been talking about in terms of the phasing delivery and the requirement to spend the HIF money, and also kind of the cash flow of the development scheme effectively. So we're having those conversations with the developer. We're seeing the numbers that they're looking to kind of bring forward in each phase, and it's kind of looking like that circa 310, I think, to be delivered by 2027. And in those discussions, we've kind of asked them about how many houses would be delivered in each phase and how they would bring those forward. And we're assured from that information that, you know, subject to spending the HIF money, they would achieve those numbers of dwellings. I'm aware that a much lower figure has been proposed by some other objectors effectively. And I think it's important that in looking at those figures, you take note of the type of site that this is. So this is predominantly a flattered development scheme coming forward. So I think you would achieve much greater numbers of housing delivery in each year on the basis that you're building entire blocks of flats effectively. So that the number is going to be greater than if, for example, you were developing a greenfield site somewhere else.
But as things stand, if the requirement with the funding, the HIF funding, is to be spent by 2024, your assumption is that the first homes will only be delivered effectively 2 years after that. What's the reason for that 2-year interlude?
The substantial parts of the site need to be cleared to enable development to happen. So almost kind of half the site effectively needs to be cleared before you can actually then use, dare I say it, part of the site as that kind of site works kind of area, but also then develop another part of the site, and all of that will take time. There's considerable archaeology investigation, contaminated land remediation needs to happen, and movement of those utility services. So I think it's probably a reasonable time frame to assume that it will take quite a long period of time, but we do believe, because of that requirement to spend the money, those things will progress quickly after the grant of planning consent, if it were to be granted, and therefore your delivery of homes on site would actually happen quite quickly as well.
Okay, and what's the basis for 140 per annum as well, which is the figure that's assumed in the first 4 years of delivery?
I think our most recent MIQ response in document E9.1 looked at the delivery of about 310 homes as possible by the end of 2025, with the remainder of the site kind of looking by the end of 2027, and that's based on more detailed discussions that we've had with the promoter.
Right, so I've got your trajectory up in front of me. So there's an amendment to trajectory in the hearing statement. Okay. So let me call that up.
So I think there's more detailed information is being provided to us literally a few days ago on the 24th of February, which gives dates of delivery by each phase, and that forecasts delivery commencing in 2025 and the site completing in 29-30. And that's on the basis of the just over 1,000 dwellings, so a high number over a shorter timescale.
So that information is not before me at present, then? No.
No, but we can provide it.
Okay. So, and is that going to be proposed as an amendment to trajectory then? Because, like I said, I've got the trajectory in front of me now, which was appended to your topic paper. So it's document D 3.2C, and that's assuming 140 in 26-27, and then 140 a year till 2030-31, with final year's completions in 2031-32. So it's being shunted forward a couple of years effectively.
Yeah, so we can provide that to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lew, did you wish to come in on the points that have been raised?
Yes, so just briefly, as I mentioned earlier, this scheme is being formulated and worked up, and the phasing is now being established based on an actual scheme design freeze. I would say that 140 per year is not an unreasonable sum. I know that some of the objectors have suggested that an average house builder rate is about 60 a year, but this is a flatted scheme, and Western Homes is very experienced in this type of mixed-use development with flats mixed with other uses. I myself have been working with Western Homes for 20 years, dealing with precisely this type of site. So they do understand the rate at which they can complete. And obviously with a building arrangement like this, what you get are floor plates that come forward en masse. So you get a long period of time where a building is under construction, and then you can complete each floor relatively quickly, which then provides you with that rate. I'm not saying that throughout the whole process, it means that 2 or 3 are completed every single week at a steady rate. It tends to be in groups, and there are a lot of phases and sub-phases here. So that's why Western believe it's possible. And obviously, if they can complete any sooner, they will. So they're not going to wait with buildings nearly complete and not finish them off. But that is the basis. It's an emerging trajectory, but we've provided the council with what we believe is the best information at the moment.
And presumably, Mr. Luder, just on that point of the difference between perhaps an edge of town scheme and a city centre scheme,
yeah,
particularly an apartment scheme where you'd imagine the blocks might come forward. Is it the case that the block would be released as one, or would you have the lower floors being sold while the upper floors are being completed? Presumably, the block would be completed and sold off as a block, and then the next block would be completed. Is that how it would work in terms of phasing?
That is not the Western Homes approach. They will either go up through floors or on a core within the building. So you very often get a situation where part of a building is still in wraps, or and another part is actually taken down and ready for occupation. Sometimes the exterior is dealt with first, and then one particular, so that they tend to work by core, up through a core and then up through the next core. But you very often get at Western Homes schemes that will be finished in steps like that, rather than waiting for the whole building to be complete and then released. They will have a sales centre from the start of work on the site, and with pre-sales they will follow on with as occupations as quickly as possible.
Okay. Ms. Clements, did you wish to come in?
Yes, thank you. It's just a very specific sort of policy compliance point on this. I think really it's, if we think about the tests of soundness and we're thinking about the build rates in this and how the trajectory associated with it is going to be justified, being mindful of the NPPF para 35 and the need for that justification to be based on proportionate evidence. And I think that's what's missing here. What Mr. Luder was kind of just alluding to sounds eminently reasonable, sensible, but where is the evidence that these rates can be achieved, have been achieved? There's certainly nothing I've seen before this examination which would give us that confidence that this can be achieved. And I won't regurgitate our maths statement. It's the Halsbury Homes one. It's already been alluded to about the 60 dwellings per annum, but we've done the best with the information that's available to come up with a reasonable kind of alternative here. And whilst start to finish, yes, it does include a lot of greenfield development. It does include brownfield too. So, you know, we've tried to use comparative averages in there to fill the gap where there isn't this evidence from the council to justify these build rates. And I know the trajectory as is mentioning 140 dwellings per annum. That's going to drastically increase. If we're looking at 310 by the end of 2025 and the remainder by the end of 2027, that's around 250 units per annum. Like that is a significant rate of delivery, which, you know, isn't seen time and time again. So I think if we're going to be using this, we really need to see a proportionate, which, you know, let's not underestimate what that means, piece of evidence which justifies those figures. It's going to make an important contribution in the trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you. I think on that point, obviously I've got the trajectory that's appended to the topic paper in front of me. If I could have the updated delivery rates, if they're very, very new and hot off the press, as was alluded to before, then I think they probably need to be submitted so I can have a look at them really and to see how that matches with what's been assumed at present. But the point that I think that was raised there is that well, one of the points that was raised there was about a lack of evidence of comparative schemes. Could either the partnership or Mr. Luder draw my attention to any other city centre schemes that deliver at that sort of rate? Thank you.
Well, on behalf of Western Homes, I would say that the evidence is 30 years of successfully completing schemes. As you know, this is the type of scheme that Western Homes builds, whether it's in Peterborough or Cambridge or Colchester or Chelmsford or London, all over the place. This is the type of development that it undertakes, and it has never not finished a scheme. And of course, the developer is incentivized in a scheme like this to build as quickly as possible, because you've got huge upfront costs of development, even with HIF money in this case, and you don't get a return until later in the process. Later on, the return per unit is much better because your outgoings in terms of finishing fit out of a unit versus the return on it falls very much in favour of the return, whereas early on you're just trying to cover the costs you've had before. With a greenfield site with houses on it, a developer can just build at the rate that people come along and want a home. They don't have the same expenditure, so they can sit on a site with 50 dwellings built and not decide to build the next 50 until demand is there for individual properties. It's a completely different property and concept.
Okay. I've got a hand raised. It says on my screen, it says SAT in brackets guest. Is that Mr. Chung? Am I correct in assuming that?
It is. Yeah. Sorry for the informal way in which the name comes up. Yes, just in response. I mean, you asked that question, sir. Is there any evidence that other city centre schemes deliver at the rates that are being claimed for this scheme? It seems to me the answer is no, because Mr. Luder simply said, well, we've got 30 years of experience of doing this. I mean, that it doesn't really grapple with your question about where is the evidence relating to delivery in Norwich city centre for flatty development. But if Mr. Luder wants to rely on 30 years of experience, I mean, they could have, for instance, supplied you with evidence about other flatty schemes that they've been involved in other city centres, and said, well, in other city centres, we've managed to deliver at 140, or indeed now it appears 250 dwellings per annum. And we could have looked at that and decided, or had a discussion about whether those city centres were comparable with Norwich or not. But we don't even have that evidence in front of us, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hatton, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. I don't propose to add very much, other than I'm happy to provide any further evidence if it's deemed necessary. As Mr. Luder's already touched upon, I won't go over again in detail. I've worked in the business for 20 years and we've delivered many similar projects to the scheme that's proposed for Anglia Square. So I can draw upon a number of examples and provide evidence of delivery rates. That really wouldn't be a problem if it was necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll reflect on that offer for now, Mr. Hatton. Perhaps return to that later if I consider it necessary. Thank you. Does the partnership wish to respond to anything that's been said so far?
No, I don't think we do, other than just to highlight again, delivery of this site is kind of dependent on the HIF funding, and there's a lot of public subsidy going in at the beginning to support delivery of this site, and I'm sure that Mr. Hatton and Mr. Luder would be happy to provide any evidence as is required. Thank you, and we'll obviously provide an updated trajectory for your information.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. I'm mindful of the fact we're approaching 11 o'clock. In terms of my questions for Anglia Square, I'd probably like to plough on for a bit longer if that's okay with the participants today. I think I certainly have an awful lot more questions for Anglia Square than I do Tavern. I anticipated that it was likely that the Anglia Square session might overrun beyond the break. So are people happy for us to continue and perhaps have a slightly later mid-morning break? Is that acceptable to people around the room, or is anyone needing a break right now? Okay, I'll take it from that we're happy to continue. But if people do feel the need for a break, then that's fine. Please let me know. We can have a short break. Okay, as has already been alluded to, question partnership. Halsbury Homes have submitted a detailed assessment of delivery rates in Greater Norwich in their Matter 2 statement. It's argued that this indicates significantly lower delivery rates than the partnership has assumed across a number of sites. Does the partnership have any comments on that piece of work? Mr. Burrell, did you wish to come in?
Yes, please. Yes. Okay, so a couple of issues about that. We're very happy to submit something to you in writing about this, but just to raise two main issues about it. First of all, on past rates of delivery, we have looked at carefully at the evidence submitted from Halsbury. We believe that a reasonable treatment of the very limited local data presented demonstrates that local rates of delivery in Greater Norwich are either very similar to national rates as recorded in start to finish 2020, or indeed on sites of 1,000 to 1,500 homes appear to be significantly in excess of national averages. So that's my first point. My second point, in terms of future rates of delivery, as has been illustrated from the conversation we've just had, we have had detailed discussions through statements of common ground, which reflect the delivery situation on a site-by-site basis, and we have submitted evidence on a site-by-site basis about delivery, whereas of course start to finish takes a more generic approach to delivery.
Okay. Well, I think because this piece of evidence will come up again and again as we discuss sites, particularly assumed phasing rates, it's probably worth spending a bit of time discussing it now if you have specific comments you wish to make, particularly about the evidence Halsbury Homes have presented. You mentioned there about, in your view, having looked at those sites, it actually shows that the delivery rates in Greater Norwich are commensurate with national averages, if not in exceedance of them. What's your basis for making that comment, Mr. Burrell?
Well, we've actually done some analysis of the statements made by Halsbury Homes. I think it'd be too much to go through that in detail here, but we can certainly submit that to you, produce a table where we show what the delivery rates have been compared to what Halsbury Homes have said.
So is it your contention that the past delivery rates shown? I mean, I've got, for example, the Matter 2 statement from Halsbury Homes before me now, and it's my understanding that I'm sure I'll be corrected if I've got this wrong, but it's my understanding that the assumed delivery rates are based on the analysis in Table 3, which is on page 5 of that document, which takes 12 sites in the Greater Norwich area and looks at past delivery rates. Are you saying that those past delivery rates are inaccurate?
Yeah. So first of all, the analysis that their work is based on only 12 sites in total. Secondly, there's only one site in the 500 to 999 band, and 509 homes. This is not particularly representative of that band. Third point is that one site only has 1 year of data and one has only 2 years. Fourthly, there is no urban brownfield, mainly flatted developments included. We've just been talking about that. The next point, 3 of the sites are in the village of Poringland, and 2 of these are the same local developer. Arguably, the latter 2 sites deliver as a single location. And finally, we don't believe it's appropriate to include the startup year in average delivery. This is a mathematically incorrect approach to take. So as I said, so I'd be very happy to submit this to you, this information.
Some of those points overlap with comments I was going to make, to be honest with you. I think because this analysis will come up again and again, and it's been quoted for a number of the sites we're going to discuss, I think it probably is worth looking at some of those questions now. And I think we'll take them one at a time, rather than, I mean, I appreciate you've listed 4 or 5 there. I think it's best to deal with them in an itemised fashion, really. Just the first point of clarification, I think it's Ms. Clemens who perhaps be best placed to respond. Is it correct that the analysis of local rates is based on on the analysis in table 3, those 12 sites. Is that the correct? Is that a correct interpretation of your work?
Thank you very much. Yes, and I mean, I would caveat this straight away by saying we have produced this table as a proxy for local evidence because we were not able to obtain or find any local evidence on build rates or lean time. So we've done a comparator analysis of the best information we could find to use something as a comparator for local sort of build rates, lead-in times in the area. So just to take the council's points, I don't think we necessarily disagree with many of them. I mean, there are only 12 sites, yes, but that's all we've been able to obtain from the evidence base to be able to do this small piece of analysis. I don't disagree. It's not representative of the entire trajectory and delivery that's happened in Norwich over the past however many years, but this is the best we had available in producing this. I mean, other bits in there, no urban brownfield sites, no. We would welcome any information the council has on the delivery of urban brownfield, especially flatted schemes in the local area that we could use to come to similar, you know, we could interrogate in some way to actually understand how that has been used to inform delivery rates that they use on sites in their emerging trajectory. Likewise, points about they're only having 1 year of delivery information or not including the startup year.
Sorry to stop you, Ms. Collins. I think there was it's fair to say that there was an almost a shotgun of points raised by Mr. Burrell, in that there was a spread of issues raised, and it's probably not helpful to deal with them. I'd rather sort of separate out issue by issue, really. I mean, I think the comment on some of those are simple to respond to, like the issue of there being no, for example, city centre sites in that analysis, and that's fairly obvious from just looking at the address points, really. I think one point I'd picked up, which Mr. Burrell obviously picked up as well, was the issue of including the first year of delivery in the average calculations for each site. And what alerted me to that was, for example, if I can just draw your attention to table 3. The second site down in that analysis is Blue Ball Lane, Sproston. And there's 5 years of delivery for that site from 1516 to 1920. And you have the average rate given as 172 per annum in the penultimate column, with the double asterisk next to it. And the double asterisk says that if the 4 full years of delivery were counted instead of including the first year of delivery, then actually the average rate would be significantly higher. It'd be 205 dwellings per annum. And I just got my calculator out and I'd look at some of the other sites, and one of the most easy ones to look at would be the second to bottom one, which is South Right Up Lane in Wymondham. We have 4 in the first year, followed by 46 and 40, with an average of 30 given. But obviously, if you just didn't include the 4, you'd be looking at 43 straight away, which is quite a significant difference. And it's common for the first year of delivery in any site to be lower, and that might simply reflect the fact that a site begins delivering units partway through or even towards the end of the financial year, such that only a small number of units are counted in the first financial year before the full year of delivery is reflected in the subsequent years. And I think, if I understand Mr. Burrell's comment correctly, it's that if the first year of delivery on each of those sites were netted off from the average calculation, it would lead to quite significantly higher annual average rates of delivery. And certainly when I looked at it, it's 10 of the 12 sites have much lower rates of delivery in the first year, such that could be seen to depress the average for each site by including the first year's delivery. So I think in response to that particular point first before I move on to the others. Thank you.
Yep, no, that's no problem. And in start to finish, this is a point we specifically grapple with, and we do not include the first year of data in any start to finish average for that exact reason, because it's highly unlikely that the first completion would have been on the 1st of April in any given year. So you can never be confident you're looking at a full year's delivery. So for that exact reason, all of the start to finish analysis excludes that first year, and that's a point of principle we use across the board. I emphasise again, this table 3 in our matter statement 2, it's not a comprehensive exercise. It is not a replica for start to finish. It's something to give some sort of evidence on a local basis, to give us something to start to look at, like how relevant are these things to Norwich. So if we took out some of those sites which only have kind of low a few years of delivery, they would be different. But we're chopping and changing at such a small sample size in the first place, I suppose, is the point to make here. And we much more confident with the large sample size we have and the breadth of sites and the longevity of the trajectory of the sites that we have in start to finish to be able to make those assumptions and come to those kind of specific points of clarity, I suppose, around how we've used the data. In this instance, this really is just a snapshot of something that we've, this is the best we've been able to cobble together from the evidence before us. So it's certainly not perfect, but it at least gives us something to start looking at.
Okay. A second point which Mr. Burrow raised, which I'd picked up as well, actually, relates to the clustering of certain sites. So it jumps out to me when I was looking at the list of 12 that every site in the 100 to 500 dwellings bracket, which is more or less from the Heathland Poringland site down to the bottom 7 sites in the table, all of those sites in that bracket are either around Poringland, which is a settlement, as I understand it, with a population of around 4,000 people, sorry, or around Wymondham, which is a small town of around 15,000 people. And there's 2 points arising from that I wanted to put to you, really. The first is, how sure can you be that development around those two settlements is representative of delivery rates across the whole Greater Norwich area? And secondly, could it not be argued that where there is a relatively small settlement with several large sites coming forward at once around it, that completion rates on each individual site will be depressed by completions on the competitor sites? So response to those 2 points, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, in terms of the first question, and are we confident that this would be a kind of representation of Greater Norwich as a whole? Again, I repeat myself, no, this is the best information we were able to garner. It is certainly not a complex and representative piece. I mean, we only have one site in Norwich, for example, in the analysis we've drawn together. So this is, again, it's the best we've been able to obtain. So I think, for something we could pick up and apply across the board in every single location, certainly not. That's accepted. So your second question was about competition, I think, and whether multiple sites in a very similar geography might depress one another's build rates. Is that correct?
Exactly that point, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, I think, honestly, that depends on the strength of the market. I mean, a lot of the examples we've used as start to finish are strategic development locations in Wokingham, all in incredibly close proximity to each other. And they've achieved some of the highest kind of build rates in the country, but it's an incredibly strong market. So they've been able to not actually see depression of those build rates because the demand there is so high that been able to continually churn out at very high rates. I think in a much earlier session, one of my colleagues commented on sort of market strength in Norwich, and I must admit I'm not got information to me to comment on that specifically, but I think it very much would depend on the location at hand to whether that would be the case or not in terms of depression and sites in close proximity.
Okay. I mean, I take the point about the start to finish work being more comprehensive, but my understanding was that the claim that completion rates in Greater Norwich are at least 20% below national averages was based on the work from those 12 sites. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chung, do you have your hand raised, or was that a legacy hand? Sorry.
Sorry, sir, it's a legacy hand. But while I'm on, I'll just make the point that we've been talking about the start to finish evidence. But what I seem to be hearing from Ms. Clements is that we haven't got any evidence from the partnership in terms of. I mean, the reason that the Lichfields have provided the evidence that they have is because there appears to be a lack of evidence from the partnership. So if they have evidence, so for example about flighted schemes in Norwich, delivery rates, then clearly they should provide it so it can be examined.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burrell, did you wish to respond to that point or anything else that's been raised in the discussion?
I don't think I have anything further to add other than to say that we are happy to submit the evidence we've just been discussing.
And when you say the evidence we've just been discussing, what specifically did you mean? Delivery
Rates in the Greater Norwich area and our analysis of the work that's been done by Halsbury.
So your analysis that you've just presented, in effect?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. obviously I've had the offer from Western Homes about delivery rates on sites. I'll reflect on that. I think that's probably everything from my perspective on question 3. Question 4, I think that's been answered by the hearing statements. There's nothing more I need to add on that. Question 5 we've covered above. We dealt with that in tandem with question 1, which leaves questions 6 and 7. And again, I've got everything I need from the hearing statements on question 7. So really, there's a discussion to be had about some of the detailed points in relating to the policy wording itself. Okay. I think a point that's been raised by Western Homes is paragraph 3 of the policy itself in part 2 of the plan. And it refers to, at present, it says a significantly improved retail leisure offer, providing a continuous active frontage between Magdalen Street and St Augustine Street. A couple of points there. So a significantly improved retail and leisure offer. I think the point that's been put to me is that in the current climate, a significant improvement in quantitative terms is unreasonable or unrealistic, and that instead it should refer to a qualitative improvement. What's the partnership's response to that point? I think that's particularly in light of some of the evidence in the town centre and retail study update, which talks about a depressed demand for retail units, particularly outside of the city centre core.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, I think our evidence is clear, and we would be open to considering a modification in terms of that policy to look for more qualitative rather than quantitative improvements. It's important that Anglia Square retains its function as a large district centre. It's heavily used by a number of local residents, and obviously the number of residents, if the application were to be approved, would significantly rise. So it's important to retain that retail offer effectively in destination, but we would be open to a modification to kind of address market circumstances as they are now in the update in our retail and town centre study.
Okay, I think that it is necessary for soundness. So I think a main modification along those lines to clarify that an improved retail and leisure offer isn't a quantitative requirement would be necessary. So if that can be added to the list of main mods, that would be useful. With regards to the rest of paragraph 3. It also asks for a continuous active frontage between Magdalen Street and St Augustine Street. When you say an active frontage, does that mean a shopping and commercial frontage? Because that's what was used to be taken to be meant by an active frontage. Or did you just want?
I think we did, but obviously Western Homes have kind of put forward that active can have a different interpretation in terms of, active residential frontages and front doors at ground floor level. And as I've said previously, I think we would be open to modifying paragraph 3 in the policy to reflect that active may not necessarily mean active purely in retail terms, but kind of those more active residential frontages as well. Okay.
And again, I think a modification of that nature is necessary because certainly active frontage is usually interpreted in the context of an active retail frontage. And so if that's not what's intended, and I've got this comment on other sites that we'll get to perhaps on Wednesday or Thursday. I think the term active frontage is really used chiefly for commercial and retail frontages. And if your view is that an active residential frontage or a residential frontage with doors and windows facing the street would achieve what you're aiming to achieve, then I think a modification to clarify that would be helpful and necessary. Okay. Paragraph 7. I think there was a comment here from Historic England with regards to. It talks about. Just find the particular point. So conserve and enhance the significance of the city centre conservation area and nearby listed buildings at, and it lists a number of streets. I think the suggestion was simply that it would insert the word including at Magdalen Street, so as not to exclude other heritage assets in the surrounding area. Does the partnership have a view on that proposed change?
We would be happy to include that proposed change.
Okay. I think that should be included to provide clarity and not to inadvertently or intentionally exclude other heritage assets that might be of importance. I had a question about paragraph 9, which is low car or car-free housing where consistent with scheme viability. My reading of that part of the policy is it's not clear whether it's a requirement or not at present. It says where consistent with scheme viability, and low car is obviously different from car-free housing. What was the partnership's aim in formulating that part of the policy?
I think it's in recognition that this is, a highly sustainable site. It's in close proximity to employment, to shops, a wide range of facilities and services, as well as transport hubs that I've alluded to previously. And it really does create the very best opportunities for sustainable travel by both future occupiers of businesses, but also of the flats as well. I think perhaps we could be clearer in terms of low car or car free. My preference would be to go for low car. I think there's an expectation, dare I say it, in some kind of housing schemes that some houses will be provided with cars, albeit, as I say, this is an incredibly sustainable location. So I think we could have some clarity in that policy.
And what would be your definition of low car?
I probably need to come back to you on that point, propose something to you.
Okay. I mean, I think my concern was A, it's not clear whether it's low car or car free, and B, we're consistent with scheme viability. Again, it's not clear if it's a requirement or not really. I'm happy for you to go away and think about it. And as we've said elsewhere, where we've provided myself and Mr. Warden comments on our point, we're happy to see a draft of that if it assists you. I don't think clause 9 at present is clear or effective in that regard. So if you wish to revisit that and address that point, then that's fine. We're happy to have sight of that. Okay. Another comment relates to paragraph 12, which refers to creating. Yeah, it refers to public realm improvements and then including land under the flyover. Who owns that land? Is that part of the same ownership of the rest of the site?
It's not so. It's actually owned by the City Council, and we are looking at how we can develop that and bring that forward in conjunction with the site developers.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful clarification. Are there any other comments on the policy wording itself before we move on from anyone in the room? Okay. In which case, and as I previously stated, we've covered matter 7. Did you wish to make a final comment? Sorry, your hand's raised, Ms. Ashurst.
Yes, sorry, sir. Just to say, Historic England had requested a new criterion be added to the policy, paragraph 15, effectively, just for clarification that the site is within the area of main archaeological interest and that an archaeological assessment would be required as part of the planning application, and the partnership is happy to include that in any proposed main modification of the policy.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Mack, did you wish to respond to that point?
Thank you. That's good to hear, and I think we'd agreed that in our statement of common ground. However, that wasn't quite the point I was going to make. I was wanting to make the point really that again, the issue of clarity in terms of quantum development is really key and needs to be addressed. And secondly, that should you, Inspector, be minded to find the allocation sound in planning terms without a heritage impact assessment, we would advise that additional references to heritage impact assessment to inform any future application, any future proposal should be included, and we'd be happy to work with the council on some wording to that effect.
Okay, that would be helpful. I mean, there is the issue of, I appreciate there's been a proposed modification submitted, which we've discussed extensively about the range of dwellings, 600 to 1,000 was what we discussed. I'll take a view on that separately. But as things currently stand, the policy says the site will deliver in the region of 800 homes. I suppose the question then is, and it's a question for discussion really, is should that say having regard to the mix of uses proposed and the historic environment. Something along those lines, because I think, reflecting on the discussion we had at the start of the session, it specifies 800 homes, the policy at present at least, but doesn't specify the quantum of other types of development. I mean, you could in theory have a very significant amount of commercial development, cinema, hotel, offices, etc. And then to have 800 homes on the top of that would be a very different scheme from a situation where you had 800 homes and a relatively small quantum of commercial development. So perhaps it might make sense to have a brief caveat at the end of that sentence. The site will deliver in the region of 800 homes, subject to the mixture of uses proposed, and having regard to the constraints in the area. Something along those lines. Does anyone have any views on that point? It's one that's come to me as the discussion's gone on, really. I'm happy to take comments. And obviously that's notwithstanding the consideration I'll give to the proposed range. Does the partnership wish to comment first? Then I'll take comments from Ms. Mack and Mr. Luder.
Thank you, sir. Certainly it's a way forward that we would be open to consideration of, and I think, as you say, you could effectively leave that sentence as it is in the region of 800 homes, taking into consideration other forms of development on the site, the historic context, other site constraints and development viability. But I think we're happy to work with both the developer and Historic England on coming up with an agreed form of wording that we can put to you to propose as a main modification.
Okay. Ms. Mack, did you wish to comment?
We very much appreciate your acknowledgement, really, of the that very live issue about the balance of different uses, and I think your suggestion would be most helpful. And something like having regard to the findings of an HIA to inform that capacity and the mitigation required would be very useful. But as Ms. Asher says, we would also be very keen to work with the council in finding a form of words that would be acceptable, notwithstanding our continued comment on our preference for a number closer to 600, but I won't go into that again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Luder, did you wish to comment?
Yes, thank you, sir. I have no problem with the inclusion of a requirement for an HIA in the policy. I think because this is, after all, what is necessary on a site such as this. I think I'm a bit confused about the notion of, and I appreciate you said you're going to think about the other matter of whether or not a figure for housing should be included, but to sort of use a figure of 800 and then not a quantum for other uses, and Mr. Watts has already explained clearly that wouldn't be compatible with the framework anyway. I think the difficulty is that it's a little bit of a mix and match there, and it might just be better to stick with the fact that this has to be a mixed-use scheme, a residential-led mixed-use scheme, which I think the policy is already referring to, and perhaps to indicate whereby the number of dwellings and the mix of other uses will need to be compatible with the findings of an HIA. I mean, that's the point. There's a sort of overall quantum of scale and mass that is appropriate on the site, albeit that in certain aspects one might want to say, well, this element of harm is counterbalanced by public benefit. But really, I don't think that you can separate out the housing number from the rest, given that the objective is a high density housing provision that reflects the highly sustainable location of the site and a local district centre. Those are the two things that need to be accommodated on this site. So I think personally, I feel it was much better to identify those objectives and not pick one number out of that mix of uses.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. Okay, I think what we'll do, there's a number of comments I've made there, and the partnership have indicated in a number of places that they wish to modify the policy. As I previously offered, myself and Mr. Warden are happy to have sight of any revised policy. As we've indicated on other policies where we've made detailed comments, and that will allow myself and Mr. Warden to reflect further on these points. As I said, that point came to me really in the course of the discussion. Okay, that's everything from my perspective on Angley Square. I think we'll move on to Tavern after the break. It's 22 minutes past 11, according to my computer clock. Ordinarily, we'd break at 11 until past. What I'm going to suggest we do is break until 11:45, return then, and move on to issue 2, which is land between Fir, Convert Road, and Reepham Road, Tavern. Okay, thank you. The hearing is adjourned. It's now 11:45 and time to resume the hearing sessions. Okay, so we concluded on issue 1 before the break, Anglia Square. And my intention is now to move on to issue 2, which is land between Fir Covert Road and Reepham Road, Tavram. In terms of question 1, I understand from M. Scott Properties hearing statement that an outline planning permission has been submitted. Is there any further updates on the application or any other changes in circumstances since the hearing statements were submitted, please? Thank you. Mr. Hill.
Morning, Mr. Hatfield. Ian Hill from Bidwell's providing planning advice to Scott Properties. Yes, the outline application, as was indicated in the hearing statement, was submitted on the 8th of February. The fee was paid the next day, and we had an email from Broadland District Council yesterday confirming that, subject to a matter with the planning portal, I think there have been well-documented issues with it over the last month, the application will be validated. So that application is submitted.
Okay, thank you. In terms of question 1, we've already had quite a detailed discussion about the site selection methodology under matter 1 under the first week of the discussions and hearings. I don't propose to revisit that discussion in any detail here. However, if there are any further comments anyone would like to make that have not previously been raised, I'm happy to hear them now. Okay. In which case we'll move on to matter 2, which relates to the environmental and other constraints to development and implications for infrastructure. Again, are there any comments on this point from around the room? Okay. In which case, I probably have all I need from the hearing statements on the matter of question 2. With regards to question 3, we'll cover annual rates of delivery under question 4, but otherwise I've got everything I need from the hearing statements on the matter of viability. With regards to question 4 then, it's a question for M. Scott Properties in the first instance. As I understand it, M. Scott Properties are a strategic land company. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're a strategic land promoter.
Okay. And is it therefore your intention to dispose of the site to a developer once permission was secured?
Yes.
And is there therefore an indication of the number of house builders who would be involved at this stage?
Yeah, we've just agreed terms with a national developer to bring the whole site forward, which is a slight change from our earlier representations.
So a single house builder.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, do you want me to explain in more detail?
No. It's I suppose the questions really relate to, I'm looking at the trajectory for this site, which the council prepared, which assume 150 dwellings per annum. Yep. After an initial first year of 50 dwellings per annum in 26-27. And so where I was going with the questions really was about how many outlets could be assumed and how that might feed into a delivery rate. So is your understanding that a single developer is the likely outcome, and therefore a single outlet presumably, or multiple outlets?
Sorry, sir, I should probably answer it in more detail. They will operate 2 separate outlets. They've got 2 different brands, so they'll work from, one will work from east, one will work from west. We've also got a care operator who will be delivering 125 units with a care home and with supported living bungalows under a Living Well scheme under the Norfolk Initiative. So collectively, they're comfortable with the figures used in the GNLP forecast. Indeed, they're looking to actually surpass those by an earlier start.
So with 2 outlets, and obviously there's the specialist care element as well.
Yeah.
In your view, 2 outlets would equate to 150 dwellings per annum, would achieve 150 dwellings per annum?
Yeah, they're comfortable. They'll do 75 units for each outlet, which is effectively 50 private and your 25 affordables, that they can do that from the east and the west.
Okay. The main, well, Halsbury Homes have provided an alternative trajectory for this site, which was a significantly lower number of dwellings. Does Halsbury wish to come in at this point and comment on what's been said about assumed delivery rates and number of outlets, etc.?
Thank you. To be honest, that was a very useful bit of information from Mr. Scott there, because, you know, if there are 3 outlets operating, it becomes a comparable scheme to the Blue Blaw Lane site. So that sort of changes the circumstances entirely. We're coming at this from an allocation which at the time of writing these matter statements did not have an outline application submitted, and much like you, Inspector, without any awareness of who would be taking this site on. So that verbal response does change the situation slightly, I think.
Okay. Thank you. So if I just call up your hearing statement now, I think the assumed rates for this site is, I think there was obviously the partnership are assuming delivery rates commencing in 26-27, whereas the Halsbury Homes trajectory assumed them starting in 30-31. From what you've just heard, Ms. Clements, would you offer a modified position then? Is that my understanding of what you've just said?
So lead-in times is a slightly different point, and there is a matter of clarification here insofar as in the council's matter statement they refer to start to finish and say that a scheme of this size would have a 3-year lead-in time. This isn't accurate. I think they've referred to the wrong figure. So they're citing a figure which is from a scheme gaining outline consent through to the first completion of a dwelling. The lead-in time in this instance, we're looking at the validation of an outline all the way through to the first completion of a dwelling, which in the start to finish averages for a site of this size is actually 7 years. So that's what we've applied in this instance, just to be comparable with national information that we have on schemes of a similar nature.
So the validation of an outline to first year of delivery, 7 years?
Yes.
Okay. But
so that, I can give you a figure reference if that's helpful. It's figure 4 on page 6.
Okay. Okay. There's 2 separate points here. There's annual completion rates, and so based on what you've just heard, Ms. Clements, with three outlets, are you now satisfied that 150 per annum is more realistic compared to this roasting site was the one that was just referred?
I think there's two things to consider. I think that the first is that the local information we have is very, very sparse. So in terms of a local comparison, you know, there is something locally which would, if there are 3 outlets operating as indicated, which could achieve rates in that range. If we look nationally across a much wider range of sites of a similar size or a much longer trajectory, the average there is actually 107. So you might argue that actually kind of looking at an average which takes into account a much larger quantum of development might be a more reasonable average to take on the scheme, which is to come forward over a number of years. There'll be ebbs and flows and things that kind of happen along the way. But that is the 80 we've used in our matter statement we weren't privy to the information that there'd be 3 outlets in coming to that conclusion.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott, you've got your hand raised. Do you wish to come in?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the real difference is I appreciate what Ms. Clements is saying about Norwich and the local situation. I think the difference is now that you've actually got national developers coming in when it's been more regional developers who've obviously delivered a lot slower rate. I think the other thing I'd say is, sorry, can I address about lead-in times, or am I jumping ahead?
But by all means, address both points. That's we're covering both under this question.
Thanks very much. I think we've actually been going through a PPA effectively with Broadland and South Norfolk for the last 2 years. So actually, we've been working very hard to bring this forward, so it is deliverable in the short term. We've agreed design guides. We've gone through everything in detail. We're obviously going with some detail on the planning application for the roundabouts and the spine roads, so we can actually get ahead with the infrastructure. So we've been in a progressive design management process all the way through. So we're confident that we can hit these lead-in times. There's nothing at the moment that's holding us up. And I know we've been a little bit slower in putting in the application than we forecast, but that was really to get everything as sort of 95% there. So we are really looking at a very well and thoroughly designed scheme to come forward. So we're very confident about hitting the targets.
Okay, but it will be other firms rather than yourselves delivering the sites and taking this site on and taking it forward. If you're a strategic land company. So in that context, how certain can you be that the lead-in times will be in advance of the averages that's just been cited by Ms. Clements?
Because we've been going through it very thoroughly with them. We were going to develop, we are a developer as well. We were going to deliver some ourselves, but truthfully, the opportunity with the interest from these large companies, because there is a big demand for infrastructure on this site, and actually it meant by bringing in the nationals, they could actually forward fund that development to get the infrastructure in early, which actually opens up the whole site. And that was something we were struggling to do as a smaller operator. But part of the negotiation has been very much to honour, and within the contractual obligations, we've also got times to make the central areas available for, say, the school, the community hub. So it's all been dealt with through the negotiations.
Okay. So even though it won't be your company that develops the site, you feel confident that those rates are achievable based on the discussions and the agreements you've already come to with the house builders?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, does the partnership wish to come back and comment on anything that's been said?
Samuel Walker here for the partnership. We've got no additional comments to make. Would agree with what Martin Scott said. He's covered everything that we would need to say, I believe. With respect to the misreference of the start to finish, we acknowledge that and accept that that was a misreference of the 3-year start date there. But we have put our start date on site beyond what Martin Scott had presented. We put it outside of the 5-year land supply area, but we understand that they may well come forward at an earlier time if that's their ambition. But at the time of producing the trajectory, we didn't have the submission of the application, so we felt that was the best place to forecast it.
Okay, so the trajectory assumes completions in 26, 27, the first year of completions, 50 dwellings. And Mr. Scott, presumably, you feel what was so Mr. Scott had a different view of that, as I understand from what Mr. Walker's just said. Is that correct, Mr. Scott? You feel that that's cautious rather than ambitious?
Yes, sir. I think we were thinking 24, 25. We'd be anticipating the first 30 units to come forward, and that's still what we're working towards.
And what milestones would you have to achieve to reach that sort of completions being delivered?
Well, we'd need determination by autumn of this year. I think the fact is that we're well advanced with highways, so then that would allow us to get going with the roundabouts and the spine road. So it's very much about determination, obviously the progression of this plan. So you know, if we're there in the autumn, we could hit that 30 units in 24, 25.
Okay. And which elements are reserved in the outline application, and which elements is the detail being provided now?
Access and spine road are the detailed elements. The reserved matters they've commenced, you know, in parallel with the application.
Okay, so those are detailed matters at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all the comments, all the questions I had under question 4. Does anyone else wish to comment on anything that's been said? Mr. Tidnam, did you raise your hand briefly?
Sorry, sir. Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, do you wish to come in?
Yes, just one question, sir, on highway matters. Is this development at all reliant upon the Western Link that's being proposed at the moment between what is the Broadland Way Road and the A47?
Could the partnership respond to that point, please? Thank you.
I can confirm that the development is not reliant upon the Western Link.
Could we ask, therefore, how does the development and the people get from, and those who are going to live here, get to the A11 tech corridor?
Mr. Walker.
Sir, I'll be happy to respond to that point.
Mr. Walker's just disappeared from my screen.
Yeah, Mr. Burrell's here. I was going to respond if that's okay.
Oh, it's Mr. Burrell.
Yeah. So the Broadland Northway, the A1270, that is in place. So that has been in place for a couple of years now. So that takes people around the eastern fringe to get to the A11 corridor. The alternative route is the A1067, A140 down to the A11. So there are 2 different road routes and there are public transport routes. We've made it clear through the earlier sessions that no development in the Greater Norwich local plan is reliant on the Western Link.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tidnam, did you wish to make a supplementary?
Could I come back on that? Yes, sir. So, yes, I do understand that the Broadland Northway is in position, but the distance you travel from this development round there to get to the A11 is something like 19 miles, 18 miles. One would suggest it's questionable whether this site is positioned in the correct area within the plan itself. It's all a matter of being sustainable in the context of traffic. It doesn't have a railway station where other locations do, and one would question whether this site has been considered on a comparable basis with other sites. If you look at it, it's pushing development in the Broadland area where transport links at this moment in time are pretty poor, if I may say, and very distant, and therefore one would question sustainability.
Okay. Does the partnership wish to respond to that point about transport connections and accessibility? Thank you.
Yeah, just to say, sir, that this is one of a number of developments that are being proposed through this plan, and it has access to employment, it has access to other facilities elsewhere. It's not only the A11 corridor that is our growth area. So this area does have good access to the remainder of the area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, from my perspective, we've Mr. Tidnam, did you wish to come back and make a supplementary point?
No, sir, no.
Okay, from my perspective, we've covered question 4 now, which relates to the trajectory and delivery rates, start dates, etc. Unless there are any final comments on that point. Okay, thank you. Question 5 relates to the detailed requirements of policy GNLP 0337, which I'll just call up now. Okay, a couple of comments from myself before I'll take comments from the room. Part 5 of that policy says a local centre at the heart of the development, easily accessible to surrounding residential areas. What is it envisaged that the local centre would contain? It's a question for the partnership, please.
That would be subject to the planning application details for that. Local centres generally would contain a food store, an anchor store, with a few units of additional community services that could be taken on by places such as hairdressers, those sort of things, to create a community feel. I don't know whether Martin has got additional detail of what has been submitted as part of the application. Mr. Scott, sorry.
Martin's fine, thanks. You know, yeah, at the moment that's going to be part of the that'll be reserved matters for later on, but it's exactly what you've just said. Yeah, we're looking at sort of cafe, sort of restaurant, some small shops, just amenity really into that area. Obviously, it's got that link onto Marriott's Way, so it's looking at that connectivity onto there. So it's just something that we'll develop out. You know, in association with yourselves.
Okay, that's helpful, really. I mean, obviously, I'm not here to assess the application that's been submitted. I'm here to assess the policy itself, really. It was just clarity regarding the point of local centre. It's often the case with local centres that refers to a point on a retail hierarchy that's identified within a local area. Was it intended that something that would be created would be of that scale? It's just whether it's clear enough at present was the point, really. Okay. A local centre might be seen or might be taken to be referring to a settlement of a size that might warrant mention in a local retail hierarchy policy. I've come across plenty of other policies, for example, that talk about what a local centre is and isn't, and they're designated as such in a local plan. It's whether you wanted something of that scale and that's what you were intending, or whether you're looking more for something smaller, which is a food store and a couple of additional units, perhaps tied to the medical care facility. That's where the question's coming from, basically. Yeah,
the intention is a placemaking for a site of this size, and so people aren't reliant on getting in the car to drive to another location. A sense of community for those sort of things, rather than anything substantially bigger. But we can provide clarity on that within the policy wording if that's something you feel is required.
I think that would be helpful. I think that would be helpful, yes. And as I've mentioned before, if you wish for us to have sight of that, that's no problem. If it helps you, Mr. Scott, your hand's raised.
Yeah, sorry, I was just to point out, sir, that we actually were working on a supermarket that just opened up exactly opposite side of the road of Fir Covert Road. So we weren't looking at anything major here because you don't want it to conflict with the existing retail that already exists quite significantly on Fir Covert Road. And also you've got the various stores within Taverham itself. So it was just looking at that sort of localised centre, and the medical facilities that you mentioned, they're actually dealt with within the community hub. So there's an area of land allocated for the community hub, which will be the community hub and medical centre.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. A second point I was going to raise relates to part 12 of the policy, and it's a point that's been raised by the land promoter, I think. So part 12 at present states provision of a significant landscape buffer adjacent to the A1270, adequate noise mitigation measures to protect residential amenity. I think the question that's been raised here is relates to the word significant in that sentence. So provision of a significant landscape buffer, and whether an appropriate landscape buffer would be a better form of wording. Significant obviously implies a scale, whereas appropriate implies appropriate to the purpose of mitigating noise. Does the partnership have a view on that point?
The partnership accepts that a change of wording may be appropriate there, and would be happy to take your view on that. But we would have no objection to to changing significant to appropriate.
I think
Inspector, I'm not sure if you're aware.
If the question is to mitigate.
Sorry, Inspector, we just lost you a moment there. You froze. So after Mr. Walker asked you if for your thoughts on that, it froze. So if you could perhaps restart from that point.
Right. Can everyone see and hear me okay now? Okay, apologies for that. The point I was raising is significant implies a size or a scale of buffer, whereas appropriate implies appropriate to its purpose, which is adequate noise mitigation measures. So I think appropriate would be far clearer so as to be effective. Are there any other comments on the policy wording? Those are the only 2 points I specifically wanted to raise. Okay. That concludes my questions that I had for this site. Are there any other questions or any other issues people want to raise before we move on? Okay. Mr. Tiddenham, did you wish to come in?
No, sir.
Okay, fine. In which case we have concluded issue 2 and made fairly good timing with regards to the lunch break. Annette, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to comment on the programme.
Thank you, Inspector. We had timetabled issue 3 to start at 2 o'clock, and I know there are some parties that have yet to join. I wondered if it would be acceptable to have a longer lunch break in that regard. Otherwise, if you wish to bring it earlier, start earlier, I could try and contact everyone. We're at nearly 12:15. We could try and start at 1:30 maybe if you wish to take advantage of that. Inspector, I'll leave it with you.
Mr. Warden's leading the afternoon session and is prepared in that regard, so it's probably one for him really.
I think we should leave it at 2. We'll have a break until 2, and then yeah, I'm sure we could deal with those 2 sites this afternoon in the time allocated. So we'll leave it as it is. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. In which case, Mr. Tidham, your hand's raised. Is that a legacy hand from before, or?
It is, sir.
Okay. In which case, the hearing's adjourned for now, and we'll return at 2 o'clock. Thank you all for your comments and participating. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Can people hear me?
Yes, I can.
hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mike Ward, and I'm one of the 2 inspectors appointed to examine the soundness of the Greater Norwich Local Plan, and I shall be leading the 2 sessions this afternoon. Before we start, can I just ask the council, the partnership, to just introduce those people who will be speaking this afternoon on the 2 sessions.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Samuel Walker. I'm a planning officer with the partnership. I shall be speaking on both matters this afternoon. Shall I pass on to Adam?
Good afternoon, sir. I'll be supporting Mr. Walker, and we're also joined by our viability consultant, Mr. Bisley.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Stuart Bisley. So I will join in on viability matters if required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisley. Thank you. Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Walker? That's your team today.
That is, yeah. We do have, for the Cossey contingency site, there's Andrew Turnbull, who works for Norwich City Council, but he will be as a landowner. I don't believe he's in the meeting at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah. So am I to turn to you, Mr. Walker, in terms of questions, etc., and then you'll invite whoever needs to best place to answer them, unless it's clearly obvious to me who should be answering it. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to pick up now with issue 3, which relates to land off Blue Ball Lane, Solhouse Road, White House Farms, Browston. And I would just like to understand from the council, from the partnership, can you just very briefly tell me how the site came to be allocated? And can you just explain the reasonable alternatives that you looked at? I've read the Browston booklet, and the alternatives, well, the other alternative sites in Browston are quite small. So I'd just like to understand how you came to arrive at Browston being allocated. I'm aware of the development on adjacent land in the area, but if you could just briefly explain to me how the site came to be allocated.
Could I pass you to Adam Banham to answer that question,
yes, please,
sir?
The context to this is obviously the Northeast Growth Triangle Area Action Plan, which was adopted in 2016. This site offers a logical extension to the development at White House Farm phases 1 and 2, and this would be the third phase in that development, and is located opposite the existing development, as you rightly observed, sir.
Thank you. And how have you arrived at the capacity of the site of 1,200, or in the region of 1,200?
The site was originally promoted for just over 1,200 homes. So that, together with our own assessment based on broad assumptions and what we know from neighbouring developments, led to the indicative figure of 1,200.
Thank you. Can you just explain to me where the site is up to in its preparation process,
I understand there's no statement of common ground. Perhaps you could clarify that the one hasn't yet been prepared. And so can you please explain to me in a similar way to the way we looked at Tavram earlier, how it is expected that the site would be brought forward?
The statement of common ground between the partnership and the consortium was agreed last week, and apologies for the lateness, was put online on Friday. It's been the sort of source of detailed discussions between the partnership and the consortium since summer last year, and we've been talking over two principal issues, which was to do with the overall viability of the site and the requirement for a secondary school.
Okay. Well, so I've not seen a statement of common ground, so I'll have to have a look at that. Can you just briefly tell me what is in it, and for the benefit of participants who may not have seen it?
Certainly, sir. The document begins by setting out that the partnership and the consortium are, unsurprisingly, of a similar mind, that this is a highly sustainable and deliverable development. It points out that there are 2 points on which the partnership and the consortium have yet to reach agreement. These are over the period for safeguarding the part of the site, 12 hectares, for a secondary school, and the second part is over the requirement for affordable housing. There's been detailed discussions between the two parties, and we've come up with a statement of common ground which has an amended policy wording, except for the two issues that I mentioned. The consortium takes the view that the secondary school should be safeguarded for 1 year. The partnership takes the view that a longer period of safeguarding is required. As you may be aware, sir, the provision of a secondary school is fundamental to the spatial planning of the growth triangle, and so the partnership believes that a secondary school site is imperative to safeguard until such time that another site at Rackheath, GT16, can definitely be confirmed as coming forward. Hopefully that's enough of a précis for you, sir.
I'm just looking at it now. So it says that partnership and consortium agreed that it's necessary to amend the current policy wording through a main modification. So is the first time that is appeared is in the statement of common ground rather than hearing statement?
That's right. The statement of common ground has been in preparation since last summer, but the final wording we only agreed last week.
Right. I'm just going to take just a 5-minute adjournment whilst I read that statement of common ground. So then I can understand, and then I follow you probably a little bit better, Mr. Ballum. So it is now 10 past. I'm just going to take a 5-minute pause while I read that statement of common ground. And for everyone else's benefit, Ms. Feeney, are you able to explain where that is on the website? It is it's on the D2.73.
Thank you, Inspector. Sorry, apologies, it caught me unaware too. So 5-minute break, perhaps for everybody, would be good.
Well, let's make it 10. Let's make it 10 minutes. We resume at 20 past, just to give everyone a chance to find it and have a look at it. Thank you. Sorry,
Okay.
Ms. Feeney, I interrupted you.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say if anybody wants the link, please let me know. But otherwise, as you have found it, Inspector, I'm sure others are able to with that reference as well. And if people just put their cameras off, microphones off, and we'll take it as a short break, as you suggest.
Thank you. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes and resume at 2:20. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's nearly 20 past. It will be in a few seconds. Mr. Banham.
Can I just first apologise, sir, that you didn't receive notification of this?
Okay, thank you. I suppose just a general point that I know statements of common ground have come in at various times, but just it's important, I think, that we know about them, so that we might not necessarily just pick them up off the website when preparing. So thank you for that. But we could just bear that in mind in bringing it to our attention in the future. So I might look at it. I'd be grateful, Mr. Banham, if you could just briefly explain, because the modification that you are now proposing makes reference to the secondary school. So could you take me through that modification? I think I understand it, but there are some bits that are still to be completed, particularly related to affordable housing. Also, there is a reference to in the start of the policy, the site is expected to accommodate. So there's now a range, at least 1,000 to 1,200, and that says at least. So that suggests that more than 1,000, 1,200 could be expected on this site, and I wonder what has prompted that change. So perhaps if you could just explain to me how this modification that you're now proposing relates to the submitted policy.
Okay. As I sort of briefly outlined before, the context to this is important in that the planning of the growth triangle does rely on a new secondary school. A site that had originally been earmarked has fallen away. That left our first reserve choice of a secondary school at GT 16 in Rackheath. A planning application is being prepared for that scheme, but nevertheless isn't yet assured. So the partnership have taken the view that a second reserve site for a secondary school is required, and the only logical choice for that, because of the scale of site required, was GNLP 0132. So in consultation with the consortium, we've developed a policy which is a either or scenario, dependent on whether the secondary school can be provided at Rackheath or not. So the policy outlines those either or scenarios. The wording of the policy has been a sort of collaborative effort between the partnership and the consortium, and I think their addition of at least reflects their position that the exact quantum of homes that site can provide isn't yet firmly known, both because of the site and because of the situation with the secondary school. So if a secondary school is provided there, then we can expect it to be in the region of 1,000 homes. Without the secondary school, then slightly more homes can be accommodated.
But why is the approach? Because the most of the policies are written in a way that the quantum of development is approximately or in the region of. This is now, as this policy was, it is in the submitted plan. The modification now is at least, so it's not approximately or in the region of 1,000 to 1,200. It is at least So a development that doesn't provide that may not accord with the policy. Why is the wording changed?
If my memory serves me correctly, that was a request that the consortium requested for at least to be inserted. I believe on the basis that they feel that slightly more homes could be provided. Miss Hornbrook from Bidwells is on the line, and she may be able to give you the definitive answer to that.
But in looking at the change to the submitted plan, we only would recommend modifications that are necessary for soundness. So I want to be clear why it is considered necessary for soundness in the partnership's view that it says at least rather than approximately or in the region of.
Yeah, as I said, my recollection is that the consortium felt that they could provide slightly more than 1,200, and that discussion was part of the negotiations we've had over the statement of common ground.
But wouldn't slightly more be within the words approximately, which is in the existing policy?
I would agree with that assessment, sir. The phrase "at least" was requested by the consortium, and in the process of agreeing the statement of common ground, we were prepared to concede that.
But it's a partnership who've put this as a modification, so it's for the partnership to defend it. I'm happy to hear from. No, there was a hand gone up from Ms. Hornbrook, I think. So I'm happy to hear from Ms. Hornbrook about that. And then I'd like to return back to the school issue and the implications for the modification in respect of school provision. Ms. Hornbrook.
Hi, yeah, good afternoon. I'm Sarah Hornbrook from Bidwells, and I'm representing the consortium, which comprises Persimmon, Hopkins Homes and Taylor Wimpey. Just to sort of add to the context, we did ask for the change from approximately to at least, purely on the basis that we had based that 1,000 and the 1,200 on an average density of 35 dwellings per hectare across what we consider the developable area will be in those two scenarios. We've actually, on phase 2 of the development immediately to the west, we've actually been able to achieve an average density of 38.5 dwellings per hectare, which is obviously would yield slightly higher figures than that, so around 1,100 to 1,300. We were happy for it to be at least in the lower figures because there are a number of unknowns still at this stage which might affect the capacity of the site. So there's some questions around buffering of the ancient woodland and other things like that, which has the potential to impact on the developable area. So we asked for that change, and the partnership were happy to concede. So just that's just the context really for that change.
Thank you. So the change to at least and approximately has not come from the change in relation to school. That's a separate matter. Is that correct? It's not connected to the discussions over the school provision.
No, the change, obviously the reduction down to 1,000. So I think the original wording of the policy is 1,200, isn't it? We feel that it's very unlikely that we will be able to accommodate 1,200 units and 12 hectares of land for a secondary school. So the need for there to be a range of figures is a result of the secondary school, but the at least is not.
Thank you. Mr. Banham, could we just return to the proposed modification? I've heard what you said about at least, but can you just then take me through the other changes that would apply to the school? There's obviously more detail now in the main part of the policy about an either or, really, in terms of whether the school is provided. And there is a in bold to be confirmed percentage of affordable housing. So could you just explain to me? Obviously, that's not the wording that would be in the policy. So what does that mean, and why is it necessary for soundness?
Okay. The context to that proposed wording is the viability discussions we've been having. The consortium does have some queries over the viability work that's been done, and the situation with the secondary school creates further uncertainty. And one of the discussion points from the consortium is that they would like the percentage of affordable housing to be fixed now at the plan making stage. The position of the partnership is different in that we are saying the site is viable, our evidence is sufficient to demonstrate that, but because of the unique circumstances around the secondary school, we feel that the exact policy requirements, such as the affordable housing, should be negotiated at the application stage. So those sort of two highlighted areas there are points of sort of continued discussion between the partnership and the consortium, and you'll notice at the end of the draft policy there's an asterisk which it explains how the affordable housing percentage is to be determined by a viability assessment.
But the policy that you are now putting forward for us to consider, so it's a suggested main modification. What would it say when it refers to the secondary school? At least 1,000 dwellings. What does it say? What is it you're proposing that we consider?
We've set out in that policy that there's still a couple of areas for the consortium and the partnership to resolve, namely the viability work around the secondary school and the timing for how long the secondary school land would be required for. So this statement of common ground tries to draw out to you, sir, the issues on which we are yet to fully resolve.
But as inspectors examining the plan, we've not got the viability information. This is the only session that we've got on this policy in the hearing programme. So as it stands at the moment, the partnership is proposing a modification that would be at least 1,000 dwellings, but with an unknown percentage of affordable housing in the policy.
To be clear, no, we're not saying that. The consortium would like to identify the percentage of affordable housing now or at the plan making stage. The partnership believes that that can be determined at the planning application stage when all the information that's required has been ascertained, but most principally the issue settled of the secondary school.
Right. So there's not an agreement between the partnership and the consortium on what the modified policy should be?
Not on those two issues, no, sir.
So is the partnership asking us inspectors to consider a modification? Because it's not in your hearing statement, but it's in a statement of common ground, but it's not agreement on it. Are you asking us to consider a modification?
Yes, we're looking to have the policy modified so that the plan can obviously be found sound, and the statement of common ground hopefully just draws out those key points on which final agreement has to be reached.
Right, but at the moment we don't know, because we've not got any viability information before us, so we can't determine, even if we thought it was appropriate to put the percentage of affordable housing in the scenario that of school being required.
The partnership's position is obviously that we feel that the remaining questions around the secondary school can be dealt with at the planning application stage, and the period of safeguarding required of the secondary school is 3 years to 2026. Even with those measures in, the partnership feels that the site is still eminently developable and can come forward speedily. The issue over the location of the secondary school will, we can say with a high degree of confidence, be resolved more quickly than that. We know that there's a planning application coming forward for GT16 at Rackheath, which is being promoted by Taylor Wimpey, who are one of the consortium members for this site. So the policy wording that the partnership has come up with has just been devised to ensure that we have a second reserve site for the secondary school until such time as that can be relinquished.
But the wording that you've come up with has got a to be confirmed percentage of affordable housing in.
Yeah, that wording is to illustrate where the points of difference are between the consortium and the partnership.
Right. So, okay, I'm not entirely sure here what the partnership is asking us to do, because there's a disagreement between you and the consortium, but it is ultimately your plan, and proposed modifications that you put forward we would give due consideration to. But in this one, I think is a little bit unclear as to what it actually is that the partnership is proposing. Can I hear from Ms. Hornbrook, please, and whether you can wish to add anything to what Mr. Banham has said?
No, I mean, as Mr. Banham said, our main point of divergence here is whether or not the policy has been properly assessed in terms of the viability, and our view is that the impact of accommodating the secondary school land on the viability of the site hasn't been properly assessed and should be assessed at plan making stage. And I think that's where we have the divergence, because our view is that if we are going to accommodate the secondary school, we need to understand what that means in terms of our ability to deliver the other obligations, primarily affordable housing, and therefore the part of the policy highlighted and underlined is the wording that we would like to see included within the policy, so that it's clear at this stage what the two scenarios are. So, what our obligations would be in respect of affordable housing if the secondary school land is accommodated on our site, because our position is that we can't viably provide the 12 hectares of land for a secondary school and 33% affordable housing.
So what percentage of housing are you proposing the policy should say?
So again, there's disagreement, which I think we set out in our Reg 19 reps, about some of the inputs into the viability study more generally. If we adopt the GNLP's inputs, which we don't agree with fully, but if we were to adopt those, the percentage comes out at around 24%. That's, but as I say, there are a number of inputs where we don't necessarily agree with the partnership's approach.
But the detailed viability information is not before the examination, is it?
No, it isn't. I mean, the viability study that underpins the plan is, and I think our representations, our Reg 19 representations, drew attention to a number of shortcomings that you know we consider to exist in relation to a number of things, including the typology that on which the viability assessment for this site has been based. So we have provided that information and that evidence, and we were hoping through the statement of common ground process we've provided lots of viability work to the partnership over the course of the last probably year, but we haven't been able to arrive at an agreed position with them on what that number should be.
So as inspectors, we can't put a percentage in because we don't have the information. Even if we thought it was appropriate to put percentage in, we haven't got the evidence that supports a particular percentage.
Not at this point, no. And it's a question of whether or not, I guess, whether or not you consider that needs to be assessed at this stage, or whether you're content that the typology work that's been undertaken is sufficient to demonstrate that the site is viable.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Banham, are there any other changes that are proposed within that policy set out in the Statement of Common Ground?
The main change is towards the bottom, which talks about the requirement for a secondary school and the length of time for safeguarding. So as you can see, the partnership has suggested that the safeguarding should be until April 2026, so 3 years approximately from adoption of the plan, and that would just provide the security that was needed to make sure that a secondary school could be provided at the alternative site in Rackheath. In reality, there are good prospects that the full 3 years wouldn't be required, so GNLP 0132 could still come through on a relatively quick timetable, and you know, as you've seen in the rest of the statement of common ground, the partnership is clear that the matter of affordable housing could be dealt with as part of the planning application and resolved then.
Thank you, Mr. Banham. Can I look at the let me put, sorry, just one point. Okay, can we look at the trajectory? And in document 3.2c, this site is due to deliver, so it's 1,200 homes.
That's correct.
And it would deliver 50 in 26-27. So let me just look at the start time when the site would come on stream. Given that there's still uncertainty about the where a school should go, and you're referring in the policy in the policy you're putting forward to 2026, and I think there's a reference in the Statement of Common Ground to say that the consortium doesn't believe it can start the master planning process until the issue about the school is known. Does that change the when development can start on site, or what rather when houses will start to be completed on site?
Not necessarily. That trajectory still could be realistic. The consortium are obviously on site on neighbouring land, and the matter of the secondary school could be resolved relatively quickly, which would still give good prospects for completions in 26, 27. I think a point on which the partnership and the consortium are agreed is that the matter of the secondary school could create delay of a couple of years, which would see GNLP 0132 begin to have completions in 28, 29, so pushed back a couple of years.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say that I picked up the consortium saying that development is unlikely to start, or they could expect to start in 28, 29 because of the decision over the school. So is that what is that the partnership's view now, that the housing delivery should start from 28 to 29?
It could well be that we have to revise the trajectory, but the partnership's position is that there are good prospects for this site to be a rollover site for the consortium, and to avoid the need for them to remobilise their development teams. That issue of trying to find a solution where the consortium doesn't have to remobilise its development teams has been a part of the discussions over the statement of common ground.
So that means the actual work on site being moved across to this phase effectively.
Precisely. The three members, the three developers of the consortium are on site now, and I believe that one of their aims is to continue on to phase 3 without any delay. Hence why we were programming the development to begin in 26, 27, because that would be when they would have substantially completed phase 2. But we do acknowledge that there is a question mark over the secondary school. The partnership's position on that is that the master planning can be done with a scenario A, a scenario B, if you like, and whilst there might be some delay, 26, 27 is still a reasonable estimate.
Ms. Thornbrook.
I just wanted to clarify a point, which is a mistake in our hearing statement, or so the figure that we've provided in the hearing statement of 2829 for the first completions was based on April 2025, which is what we had understood the safeguarding period was proposed to be. It's actually April 2026. So on that basis, our view is that the first completions would not come through until 2029-30.
And then, Ms. Hornbrook, you would then think that the completions would be 29-30. So would that be the same level of completions? So that would start effectively that trajectory would be knocked back. That the 50 then would be in 29.
That's right.
29-30. Yeah. That's the consortium's view.
Yeah, so a 3-year delay. We're comfortable with the with the delivery rates per year. I mean, based on what's been achieved on phase 1, we're very comfortable with those numbers. It's just a case of when that starts. As I say, our view is that that's pushed back by 3 years.
So that that would mean that the site would not be completed within the plan period?
It would just be completed within the plan period. I think that because we've got it delivering over a period of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So I think it would complete in the final years of the plan period.
Right. I'll have to have a look at that. Ms. Clements.
Thank you very much. I was going to wait to come into a question 5, but I think as we're talking about delivery, it might be a good moment just to make these points. So a lot of information has obviously come out in the statement of common ground, and since we wrote the hearing statements, well, I'll try and make these points as concise as possible. Some of this might be slightly sort of new information for you, but I think the conversation's been had about the lead-in times. I think that only emphasises that when we've assumed using start to finish a lead-in time of sort of 7 years, and I think all the problems and setbacks and ambiguity on this site only enforces that was probably a sensible thing for us to do in our assumptions. In terms of the trajectory, so not necessarily thinking about this site, but thinking about the wider local plan trajectory as well, we do find ourselves in a position where we can't guarantee this site's going to deliver 1,200 units. We've now gone either or in the policy. So the trajectory, in theory, could be down 200 units if the secondary school is delivered in a smaller, not demonstrably smaller, but nonetheless 200 units is 200 units could be coming out of the trajectory. So that's something we need to bear in mind. I'm also conscious of I know we've got the build rates are kind of being associated with the Blue Ball Lane earlier phase, but we cannot guarantee that this site is going to be a like-for-like example of what's gone before. Firstly, we've got the practical element of if the secondary school's delivered 200 units are coming out, does that have implications for how many years there are going to be able to be 3 outlets all delivering at the same time and achieving those high rates which have been able to be achieved elsewhere? Question. The second is on affordable housing provision, and I'm assuming, so I'm happy to be corrected, but if the earlier phase of the development was delivering policy compliant levels of affordable housing, that is a well-known diversification, if you like. So in the market, it allows for higher build rates to be achieved because you've got multiple outlets, multiple models. A high rate of affordable housing can be one of those things which enables high build rates to be achieved. So if in the scenario of the secondary school being delivered, affordable housing is suppressed, 24% was mentioned down from 33, but if there are more matters to be dealt with on viability, that could be even less. That's another fact which might have some suppression on those build rates. So I think it's not a given that because this has been done before down the road, it's exactly the same set of circumstances which can be applied to this site. There are definitely multiple things at play which are just so uncertain at this point in time to be able to do a like-for-like comparison. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a question in relation to that as well. I'd quite like Mr. Banham to just explain, or the consortium indeed. What I haven't got the viability information related to the site, so my question is coming from just a general point. If the provision for the secondary school, why does that lead to a lower percentage of affordable housing? Because wouldn't the secondary school be provided by the Education Authority? Why would it lead to an overall lower percentage of affordable housing across the site?
It wouldn't necessarily do so, sir, but that discussion over the viability of the site does inevitably bring in some questions about the secondary school, which is why as a partnership we've said that viability is best dealt with at the application stage, where the full details of what price the local education authority would be paying for the land would be known.
Mr. Burdett.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. We have been working with the partnership and for the consortium on the viability. I just really wanted to try and explain or give you an answer to your specific question. If the site provides the school and policy affordable, then the land value would go down to a point below what would be considered viable. And the landowner has expressed the view that they would not accept that lower figure. And this has been agreed in principle with the partnership. And therefore, we take the land value from this scheme with 1,200 units and full policy compliance and assess the impacts of the school, maintain the land value. The only thing that can give in that scenario is the level of affordable housing. It's what we call an equilibrium appraisal, which we've agreed in principle with the partnership's viability surveyors, but obviously nothing sufficient to put in front of yourself today.
No, thank you, Mr. Burdett, but we don't have any information. We don't have that viability information.
No.
So we...
So can I just come in there as well?
I don't understand it, but I'm grateful for your explanation, Mr. Burdett. Mr. Bisley.
Yes, I'll just come in there, sir, just to confirm what Mr. Burdett has said, in that we have undertaken some discussions on viability, and it is accepted that whether the school site is delivered or not, and more particularly the amount of money that is paid for the school site, may have an impact on the viability, to the point to which we don't reach a benchmark land value, i.e. a reasonable sum to which the landowner would find it acceptable. And so until we get to the point we know whether the school is in or out, and more particularly how much the county council or education authority would be paying for that site, is a significant factor best dealt with when that information is known, which we believe would be at the application stage.
Thank you, Mr. Bisley. Ms. Hornbrook.
Just to sort of, again, just really to try and clarify, I think the main issue and the main reason that accommodating the secondary school site challenges the viability of the scheme and its ability to provide full policy compliant affordable is because it's 12 hectares. It's 12 hectares of land, and although we've sought to seek some concessions to reduce that 12 hectares, by things like shared playing fields and things like that, nonetheless, you are losing potentially 200 units and the ability to generate profits on those 200 units, which obviously all feeds into to that overall residual land value. And as Mr. Burdett has said, brings it to a level that falls below benchmark land value. So it's the fact that it's a big chunk of the site, it's 12 hectares, and that the need for that secondary school isn't generated solely by our development. I think we generate around 9% of the pupils that would be accommodated within the school. So we're taking 100% of the impact, when actually our development only generates 9% of the need. So it's that kind of disparity that then has the knock-on effect of then challenging the viability of the site and its ability to provide full affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chung.
Yes, so just following on from that, just to make sure, and I apologise if you've already got the point, but just to drive that point home and push forward the point that Ms. Clements was making on our behalf, that if that is the case, if viability is challenged, as Mr. Burdett said, in that scenario, and we don't know because we haven't seen the viability, but in that scenario, the only thing that can give is the affordable housing. And Ms. Clements' point, as you'll recall, sir, is that if the level of affordable housing on this site is going to be lower than it was on the earlier phases, that is very likely to have an impact on delivery rates, because higher components of affordable housing normally result in higher delivery rates. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. Thank you. Mr. Bannerman, would you like to respond to, is there anything you'd like to say in response to that point that Ms. Clements and Mr. Chung made about affordable housing delivery rates affecting overall delivery rates?
Not particularly, sir, other than to say that sometimes affordable housing can have a positive effect on delivery rates. But I think I would just come back to my earlier point that the partnership believes that all these issues can be resolved at the planning application stage, and once that is done, this site has every opportunity to come forward relatively quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Chung, your hand is up, and Ms. Hornbrook, are they those hands from before? Mr. Chung, Ms. Hornbrook.
No, my hand's up. I just really wanted to say that we would disagree, and we are comfortable with those delivery rates. I think it's worth noting that on phase 1, the consortium were able to deliver just under 250 units in 1 year, and almost 200 in 2 other years. So we are comfortable that even with a reduced affordable housing, those annual delivery rates are reasonable and realistic. I don't think you can get a better comparator than the same 3 developers on the site that's literally a few hundred meters to the west of this site. So you know, that is based, I think, on good firm evidence.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hornbrook. Mr. Tuddenham. You're on mute, Mr. Tuddenham.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
You can. Good, thank you. Just moving on very quickly, sir. This is just a typical follow-up of what's happened in the past. 112 dwelling shortfall in affordable would require another site of 340 to correct that, and that doesn't exist anywhere. But the real point is this, that in preparing the plan, which has taken 6 years, one is supposed to have a comparable start. And the comparable is, will a site deliver the level of affordable housing that is necessary? And the assumption that the authority made at bringing this forward at Reg 19 was it would provide the affordable level of housing at 33%. Fact is now, when it gets down to detail, it provides an awful lot less. And this problem stems all the way back to the joint core strategy, where we are thousands of dwellings short, generally, and thousands of affordable houses short. There's no correction anywhere along the line. And to be honest with you, to come up with this so late in the day without any warning in effect is just not playing ball. You know, we've got to sit here and take account of what is really going on in order to provide our case to you. And we're being asked to do that on the spur of the moment. I think that's very unfair. And I think that that this particular matter needs a major modification to determine whether it should or should not go forward, and other sites should be brought back in which can provide 33% affordable. That's my point, sir, and I hope that's taken on board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuddenham. Thank you. Can I just look at the policy wording, Mr. Banham, for this site? And I'm going to look at the version in the submitted plan. The way in which the policy is set out, it sets out a number of requirements, but then there's a list of things that the master plan should include. Is that effective, do you think, in terms of wanting to secure all those elements? I'm just wondering why it's set out as the master plan should include them, rather than the development of the site should include them.
I think our point there is just to emphasise the importance of taking a master planning approach. So by wording the policy that way, it just seeks to emphasise the need for a coherent and well thought out master plan.
The policy refers to a participative master planning process. What's meant by participative?
Simply to engage the local community and to again try to emphasise those principles of planning alongside the local community and fully understanding the heritage and the context of the site in all possible ways.
So if that has that process started with the local community?
Not in great detail. So obviously the consortium have got the benefit of having done this twice already on earlier phases. But as far as we, the partnership, are aware, that there's not a detailed master plan prepared for the site.
So if, given the importance of that master planning process which you just outlined, and that the policy requires a participative master planning process, so involving the local community, then, and that process must be undertaken before the planning application is determined, then doesn't that add weight to the consortium's view that development might not actually commence until 2029 to 30, rather than the partnership's view that it could commence in 26, 27?
Possibly, but our view would be that that participative master planning process could be happening right now. There's no policy hurdle to preventing that starting.
So it could happen before the adoption of the local plan.
Indeed, and we've seen it elsewhere, not least with the Taverham site we were discussing this morning.
Okay, thank you.
I think you might be on mute, sir.
I'm sorry. Thank you. The policy refers to minerals constraints. What are the implications of the minerals constraints in relation to the development of this site?
I don't think in terms of time they would necessarily delay the development anyway. I think it would just be making sure that those mineral resources are not wasted and utilised from the site, possibly in the construction of this site. But that would be that's a relatively standard policy requirement that we have applied successfully in the past and have applied for other sites in this plan. So we don't see that causing any sort of delay or unnecessary complication.
Thank you, Mr. Banham. Are there any points that anybody who's not spoken yet, or any points that anybody wishes to make that has not been made in relation to this site? Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Banham, on this site. So we will have a short break, Ms. Feeney, and we'll move on to Cossie. Mr. Cannock.
Yes, thank you, sir. Apologies. I know you want a break. I just wanted to mention a statement of common ground that's agreed between the promoters on this site and the combined authorities. And hopefully you've seen it, but if you haven't, I just wondered if I could prevail on you to have a look at it over the break, just to avoid what happened in that session.
Mr. Cannock, he has not seen it. It was not submitted to us. I have it now, and I was going to share it with the inspector and make others aware as well. So thank you for bringing it up, but no, it's not before the inspectors.
Thank you.
Do you want the reference number for that one as well?
I have it, Sam, and thank you very much. I'm just going to email it to the inspectors directly just to save them the time to have to find it themselves.
I meant for the other parties involved in the next hearing.
That's a good point, thank you.
So it's D2.62.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Cannock, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I just do stress the importance of information that's been presented, albeit not today, but late on, just to make sure that Ms. Feeney is aware of it so she can bring it to our attention so we don't miss it. In light of that, I was going to propose a 20-minute break, but I'm going to take an extra 10 minutes so that we can have a bit of a break away from the screen, but then read the document that has just been referred to. So we'll take a half-an-hour break now, and we'll resume at 20 to 4, and we will then be discussing the COSI site. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We'll resume and we'll move on to the Cossey site now. Having had that early adjournment, Mr. Bowell.
Yeah, it'll be Mr. Walker who'll be speaking mainly for us in this session. But I'd just like to initially just apologise for the failure over the statements of common ground. There's a breakdown in communication at our end. We'll do an administrative check and make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Bowell. Much appreciated. Thank you. Let me just start with the statement of common ground, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And I don't mind who takes me through it, but is someone able to just take me through it, just so that you just draw to my attention, and for those who are watching, the main points of it.
Okay, I'll take you through. I think the main aspect of this statement of common ground, which the would like to draw your attention to, is the discussion regarding the access to the site. That was one of your questions for this site, and it is a matter that we've had to discuss. And we've managed to demonstrate, I believe, to degree of success, the land ownership which could provide the access to the site. But it was just going through the process of getting the land ownership and agreeing with our colleagues in the highways teams to see the access could be demonstrated properly in this respect, and it needed to be agreed between the three parties before this was signed off, which we have achieved. And I do apologise. The site promoters Terra Strategic on this came on late in the day. There was a change in site promoters, so we had to start the process again with this site. It also highlights that there is a difference in agreement regarding the trigger mechanism for the allocation policy. So we don't agree on that. The partnership consider our trigger mechanism sound, whereas the site promoters consider that it could be improved. I think we say Terra Strategic say that they can bring the site forward, and they're in a viable manner with the education provision, or those aspects that are discussed under part of the policy. In there, it covers those aspects, but the main issue is the highways access and trigger mechanism. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We'll pick up some of those points as we come on to discussion. But Mr. Cannock, is there anything that you wish to add to what Mr. Walker said or bring to my attention?
Very briefly, sir, it sets out that it's agreed between us and the partnership that the site is suitable, viable, available, deliverable and developable. There's a safe and suitable access. There are no ownership constraints, and at the risk of being slightly gratuitous about it, what you will note is really the sole areas of dispute are, firstly, whether it should be a full allocation, and secondly, what the trigger mechanism should be. But both of those issues of soundness can be addressed by main modifications. So there's nothing that would derail the plan. And in that respect, it can be contrasted with the level of agreement reached on other sites, such as the one we've been looking at this afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, can we just go back to the principle of the contingency site? Can you just briefly explain how this came to be a contingency site and why the partnership considers that it needs a contingency site to make the plan sound?
Yes, contingency sites were part of the plan consultation at the Regulation 18C stage. Proposed potential contingency site in this location and also potential contingency at Wymondham. Following the Regulation 18C, as you know, the housing requirement, we increased our figures by adding a large buffer to the numbers following the white paper that was published as discussed in the hearings part 1, and it was decided that contingency site in this location would be the suitable approach to address that contingency policy. A site of this scale and this number, and only one was required for the plan.
And what was it about this site that led you to conclude that this was the right site?
Its location in the urban fringe. It's as said, is a site which we have agreement on is a suitable site for development. We understand that it can be brought forward in a timely manner should it be required. As a contingency site, it's sustainably located for residential and employment uses. It was an appropriate site, we felt, to meet the needs should there be a shortfall in housing delivery.
So just remind me, was it considered as a full allocation at any point?
It was a reasonable alternative, but it hasn't been considered as a full allocation, no.
Okay, I'm going to come on to look at some of the detail in relation to the triggering mechanism, some of the detailed policy, look at some of the issues around the site itself and its deliverability. But has anybody got any points they wish to make on the principle of contingency site? Mr. Snowling.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Rob Snowling for Pigeon Investment Management, acting on behalf of Pigeon and a number of landowners across the GNLP area. The main point that I wanted to make, sir, is that we don't oppose concept of the contingency site per se, but we see that the approach that the GNLP are taking is flawed, in that we have a proposal here to allocate a site that will be brought forward in the event that other sites fail to deliver at the anticipated rates. But the way in which that is being proposed is to put more growth within the Norwich urban area. We've already raised concerns about the amount of growth that is being directed to the Norwich urban area. And our view on this matter is that it is not an appropriate response to provide for a contingency site within that area. In the event that other sites fail to come forward at the anticipated rate, we would suggest that either there is a review of the plan, and then the reasons for any shortfalls can be addressed with suitable alternative sites provided for, or if the decision is taken that it's necessary to allocate a contingency site now, then we would advocate sites that are suitably different to the majority of the allocation sites. An example of that would be, rather than allocating a large strategic site, allocating smaller sites, which are more likely to be able to address any shortfall in delivery during the period of the plan. Thank you, sir.
Allocate smaller sites, Mr. Snowling, as contingency sites.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Tiddenham, did you want to come in? You put your hand up, put it down again.
Thank you, sir. Very similar to Mr. Snowling. Too early, I'd suggest to look at this on the basis that back in 2012, the local authority, South Norfolk, and clearly with the support of Norwich City Council, brought forward a Norwich Southern Bypass Landscape Protection Zone scheme, which is a bottom drawer, I suppose, policy document, but I think it's referred to in the documentation generally. And this site, it sits plumb in the middle of it. The whole landscape protection zone covers the whole of the site, matter of fact. And it was there for a reason. So this site has been brought forward on the basis of being put into a protected site, where there are many other sites that are not protected, and therefore it's not been dealt with on a comparable basis at all. There are sites elsewhere that were looked at in terms of suitability, I don't like to point sites out, sir, elsewhere, because you're not looking at that.
No, we're not.
But you are looking at a situation where we've got a site here which we consider does not stand the test of other sites, and are far preferable. The landscape protection zone was put there for a purpose, and because of land ownership, and I hate to use the word, but there appears to be a simple case of double standards. It's owned by the local authority. They seem to say, oh, well, you know, it's our land. We can overcome landscape policy objections by just saying, well, we're going to allocate it. Not done like that, with greatest respect. They have to take on board competing sites, as is the case across the whole of the local plan. And here, I would say that, in my view, and I know it's the view of many others, that this isn't a case in this particular instance. Landscape protection zone, done its job, doing its job, no need to burst into it because they're more preferable sites. If there is a need for a contingency site, then I suggest that they should go back and look at the sites they've already looked at and have a rethink.
Thank you, Mr. Tuddenham. Mr. Cannock.
Thank you, sir. Briefly, as you've heard, suitability, the site lies in the Norwich urban area. Cossey forms part of the built-up area of the Norwich fringe. And the Norwich urban area plays an essential role in meeting housing needs, paragraph 305.3, and will provide 66% of housing growth because it's considered to be the most sustainable location for growth and at the top of the settlement hierarchy, paragraphs 188 and 337. And the site forms part of the strategic growth area, identified for 74% of housing growth, paragraph 193. The site is undoubtedly suitable, applying the spatial strategy, the spatial distribution of growth and the settlement hierarchy. There can't be any doubt that Cossey is a sustainable location for growth given the conclusions of the site assessment booklet, CDB 1.4. It has one of the largest populations in South Norfolk, significant growth in recent years, and allocated for further growth, including the strategic employment location at Longwater, immediately adjacent to the site, with a wide range of local services within Cossey and a wide range of public transport options. So there can be no doubt this is a sustainable location for housing development, and no evidence to the contrary, respectfully, including what we've just heard. In terms of site specifics, we would refer you to the SHELAR, document A6.3, page F257, the Cossey booklet, where all sites in Cossey were considered, taking into account consultation responses, and document A2, the site allocations plan, page 474 to 476. There were only 3 negative scores, which are essentially the inevitable impacts of any greenfield development on which the combined authorities are dependent. And so in the light of any contrary analysis, the site is demonstrably suitable. No one takes an issue on availability. I don't think it's appropriate that I respond to the conspiracy theory of Mr. Tuddenham about land ownership, so you'll form your own view as to whether the local authority is able to act with integrity, and viability we may touch on. So just picking up the points that you've heard, Mr. Snowling's point isn't an objection to the suitability of this site. It's a challenge to the spatial growth strategy, which you've addressed, and I won't address you further. He also makes the point about allocating smaller sites. So if you look at our Matter 2 hearing statement, which appends a development appraisal, you will see how this site can be promoted in phases, in discrete parcels, and needn't be delivered all in one go. And so, sir, just finally then, Mr. Tuddenham raises the issue about the landscape protection zone. The site is surrounded to the north by new estate development, to the east by estate development, and doesn't encroach onto the countryside as it's bounded on the 2 remaining sides by roads. We don't consider there's any landscape sensitivity, and it's addressed in our hearing statement at paragraph 1.8 and 1.9. And so that's why we have a statement of common ground with NCC as landowners, with NCC as the local education authority and the local partnership, the local authority partnerships, that the site is deliverable and developable. And so whilst I've gone carefully through the objections, I don't see anything that tests the suitability of the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canuck. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to really go back to the point about the principle of contingency sites, which was what your question was there. And I think I have no objection. And in fact, I agree with the principle of contingency sites, particularly given the emerging fragility of the trajectory when we talk about the other sites that are allocated and the difficulties we're uncovering about the trajectories of some of those. I also have no objection to identifying sites on the Norwich Fringe for the reasons Mr. Canuck just explained. And actually, probably no objection to the Cossey site being selected as a suitable site to come forward at some point in the time frame. But size does matter when it comes to contingency sites, because the point of the contingency site is that it can be delivered quickly. The other thing that matters for a contingency site is the complexity of bringing sites forward. And it's interesting to note that some of the complexities that have been identified in the policy and mitigated by policy aims are covered in the statement of common ground that we've just read today. But the one thing that's missing from there seems to me to be improvements to the A47 Longwater Junction. As a planning consultant that's been involved in this area and brought forward the Longwater retail and business park and the housing to the north of Longwater some years ago, we all know that that A47 junction is a major problem and is always at capacity. And so to bring forward, there may well be a solution, but let's not ignore the fact that there will be some problems and some complexities bringing forward a site of this size in this location. And contingency sites need to be available quickly. That's the point of the contingency site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Just so I'm clear in respect of your last point, you've raised an issue about concern over Longwater Junction and improvements that might need to be made to that. So you're not suggesting that the site is constrained in terms of its development. What you're saying is that in terms of performing the functions of contingency site in order to be able to deliver quickly, then the issues about off-site highway works that may be required might be some limiting point on that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem that that's been looked at in any detail currently so far. And probably not surprisingly, because when this does have to come forward, the National Highways will want to have a look at some detail, and the Highways Authority will want to have a look at some detail at that junction and the traffic baseline figures at that particular time. There's an awful lot of development still to go on to that junction and committed to that junction from the 800,000 or so houses at Easton, which have now got consent after many years following its allocation, and also all of the employment area that's still to be developed and is also committed to go onto that junction. Excuse me.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Well, let's just come on to look at the way in which this site could come forward as a contingency site. So look at the trigger mechanism and the difference of opinion between the partnership and the promoter on that trigger mechanism. Let's look at how that would work, and then let's look at the issues about the lead-in time to bring the site forward, given the points that have been made, as well as the questions I'm going to ask. So let's just look at the principle of how this policy would work, because the policy has this as a contingency site, as a contingency against a shortfall in housing delivery. That's correct, isn't it? Is that correct, Mr. Walker?
That is correct. Yes.
So it'd be held. It'd be held as a contingency. It would be held as a site that would be brought forward. It only be brought forward when there was a drop in housing delivery, and the policy defines that drop in housing delivery if there are 3 consecutive years in which annual monitoring reports show that housing completions in Greater Norwich are more than 15% below annual targets in each year, and where under delivery is a result of site-specific constraints. When would that be known? And is that sufficiently? Is it an appropriate trigger mechanism to bring forward a contingency site? Because if we looked at this particular site, then it's a site that is deliverable, developable, but there would be a lead-in time.
Thank you, sir. The partnership considers the trigger mechanism as the appropriate trigger mechanism. It would be after 3 years of under delivery, so it's 3 consecutive years as reported in annual monitoring, so the housing monitoring which is carried out each year at the start of the financial year. So as that reports for the housing delivery test under delivery, that would be when it's triggered. With regards to bringing the site forward, I guess if you've got 2 consecutive years of under delivery, it may be something that the site promoters would consider getting the evidence together towards submitting an application, but it would be after the 3 years that it would actually be considered an appropriate time for us to consider an application on that site to bring it forward.
So it'd have to be three years before the partnership would entertain an application.
That's what the trigger mechanism sets out for us, yes.
And that application would then take, presumably it would be envisaged that the application would be for the whole site?
Mm-hmm.
So that application, so it would be a major application. How long do you think that application would take to be determined?
13-week application.
So you think that's I mean that's the target, isn't it? But you think that's realistic in terms of a major application?
Could you give me a moment to discuss with colleagues, please?
Yes. Mr. Cannock, I'm happy for the promoter to assist with my question here, if that would help Mr. Walker and help me.
With our discussion, I could just say from the room, we said a 13-week application would be processed as quickly as it could, but it may take up to a year. But for Mr. Cannock, if he wants to come in, that's fine.
Well, sir, I think you've understood the authority's proposed trigger mechanism correctly, which is you would have 3 years of monitoring data. And I think actually, in fairness, there's then a second point, which is just worth bearing in mind, because at that stage, there's also then a planning judgment to be reached as to whether under delivery is the result of site-specific constraints. and again, you understand we're not supporting this trigger, but I think as currently written, what you would have is 3 years of monitoring data. And at that stage, the local authority would then undertake some form of analysis, and presumably there would be some sort of formal decision, understanding whether under delivery is the result of site-specific constraints. But there isn't actually any requirement on the local planning authority to undertake that assessment. It's inherently subjective, and the developer and others wouldn't have an opportunity to challenge the exercise of that subjective planning judgment other than through a claim for judicial review. And that's one of the concerns that we have about it. But at that stage, the whole site is then an allocated site. Now, in fairness, Mr. Walker makes the point, well, of course, the developer wouldn't be just sitting on their hands as you sort of see housing delivery slide. You would imagine that they would be formulating their plans, liaising with the local authority. Now, how the site then comes forward, it might be an outline application for the whole site. I suspect what's probably more plausible and realistic is that you would probably have a hybrid application whereby, again, if you look at our delivery statement in the Matter 2 statement, we would pick an early phase that would be a full application with an outline for the rest. So on the local authorities trigger, that's how I envisage that would come forward. And of course, one of the observations that we have is, let's say you have that hybrid approach, you have a full application, it's still likely to be from the start of the monitoring, when the housing delivery starts to slide, to ultimate houses being completed, it might be a 5-year period of under delivery. And so, I mean, I don't know if you want me to give my full submissions on the trigger, but in due course, we can look at what we're suggesting, which would be a far more responsive way of addressing you know, the undersupply.
Thank you. I will come on to your proposal, Mr. Cannock, but let me just come back to Mr. Walker. So I just understand the timescales now. Mr. Cannock, thank you. That's been helpful. For Mr. Walker, for the partnership, so Mr. Cannock suggested it actually might be then 5 years of under delivery before houses are actually built on the site. Would you suggest that that's a reasonable estimate in terms of then the lead-in time to the planning application? There's a master planning process to go through.
We don't consider that unreasonable. No.
And sorry, just to be clear, that's 5 years, including the 3 years.
The 3 years, then 2 years of the application being determined, and the works, the necessary preparation works, etc., before any houses are delivered.
Yep, the partnership does not consider that unreasonable.
And is okay. And therefore, do you think that is an appropriate way of dealing with that shortfall that will start to emerge?
This is the position put forward by the partnership to resolve a housing shortfall. Yeah.
And have you looked at how contingency sites have worked elsewhere in framing this policy? Have you got any examples where contingency sites have worked in this way to address housing shortfalls?
I haven't been involved in such work, so no.
And do you, obviously there isn't a housing trajectory for this site in the partnership's evidence as in other sites, but is there anything that is different to this site compared to other sites of this sort of size that are relatively unconstrained but would come on stream in terms of their lead-in time?
We don't believe so. No, not other than those matters already highlighted within the Statement of Common Ground, but we don't feel there's any difference for this site. No.
And are there any, what are the upfront infrastructure requirements for the site? I understand Mr. Cannock's point about potential hybrid application, which may then result in houses being delivered at, I suppose, the most appropriate point on the site that won't require infrastructure or a minimum infrastructure. But can you just outline what at minimum to deliver houses to address that shortfall, and what those infrastructure requirements might be?
That would be the highways access.
And is that required before any houses would be built on the site?
That would be, yes.
And has that been project planned at all in terms of its timescale and requirements?
Not today, no.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, sir. Just a local flavour on how the timescales and how long it sometimes takes to get planning permission in this area. The application for 890 dwellings at Easton started its process on the 23rd of December 2013 with its scoping opinion. It was granted consent 3 years later, and it has not started to be developed as yet. And that serves, I'm not involved in that, so I don't know the actual reasons for that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was something to do with the A47 Longwater Junction, sorting that some improvements there out.
That site has commenced, that Eastern site has commenced.
Well, only just then. So the time frame is a long time frame, is my point.
Thank you. Mr. Tuddenham.
Thank you, sir. So there's only one point I want to make is, whilst it's 3 years of delivery that one has considered, if you look at our annual monitoring reports, which produces the figures that have taken place, these run something in the order of 15 months to 2 years after the event. So I would suggest you can add 2 years to the 3 years to give you 5 years before you actually know. Members have got to consider it as to whether it should be pursued or not. So the length of time is far greater than the 3 years that's being suggested.
Thank you, Mr. Tuddenham. Can I bring Mr. Cannock in? Please hand. I was going to invite Mr. Cannock to comment on those leading times, and then if I could understand from you, Mr. Cannock, about your alternative trigger mechanism approach.
Yes, sir. So it's probably worth just starting with the underlying rationale for the contingency sites, or reserve sites as they're often called elsewhere, is to ensure that the authorities meet their minimum housing requirements for market housing and affordable housing. And if I've understood correctly the representations that I've read, there seems to be some broad measure of support for the principle of contingency sites. That was certainly Mr. Carpenter's point. Now, if one then thinks what the minimum housing requirements are, in paragraph 74 of the MPPF, they're a 5-year supply. And in paragraph 76, it's to meet the housing delivery test and to take action where you fall below 95% over a period of 3 years. So meeting the HDT is also a minimum requirement against a minimum housing target. And then paragraph 11, of course, tells us that if there's no 5-year supply, then the tilted balance is engaged because policies are out of date. And also, if you fall below 75% of the HDT, your policies are out of date. So that's the national policy framework. I've set out the trigger about 3 years of monitoring, then the allocation, plus 2 years for houses to be completed on site. That's our first concern. That is quite a long lead in. Our second point is and it's set out in our hearing statement at 5.1, is that, of course, you might have 84%, 84%, 86% delivery, and then back to 84%, and the contingency isn't triggered. And I've mentioned the third point, which is part of the trigger, puts in this slightly nebulous planning judgment about whether it's the result of site-specific constraints, and we say it should just be a straightforward trigger mechanism. So our suggestion is, it's set out in our hearing statement at 5.4, is that if you fall below 95% of your HDT, then really what the NPPF requires is that action is taken, and the logical action for a local authority to take if it's falling below its minimum requirements is to allocate its reserve site, its contingency site, which is considered to be the most sustainable and suitable reserve site. Our second trigger is if there's no 5-year supply. I think it's put at 5.5 years. And that's important because, of course, if you apply footnote 8 with paragraph 11 of the NPPF, then the trigger will be out of date in any event. So if the local authority don't have a 5-year supply, this phasing mechanism will be out of date. And so it makes sense to have that as part of the trigger mechanism so that everyone is quite clear. Otherwise, others in the development community will think that it's appropriate for them to bring forward their emission site. And then the third point is a trigger in respect of affordable housing, which we consider to be equally important, and we've picked 5% below the 33% requirement. And so if you have those triggers, you then have a much clearer and more immediate response to a failure to meet the minimum requirements of national policy. In terms of the upfront infrastructure requirements, the local authority referred to access. There are 2 proposed access, Bernard Road and New Lane. I don't think that there's a resolved position on this, but certainly there's no requirement for both accesses to be provided to potentially deliver a small first phase. But even if they were, we have set out in a technical note how both accesses can be brought forward. And there's nothing unusual or abnormal in the creation of those accesses into the site, and that would not cause any unusual delay. And so looked at in that way, there is no reason why a smaller portion of the site cannot be brought forward in reasonably short order once the appropriate trigger has been reached. And then so the only other point that you raised concerns the delivery of reserve sites elsewhere. We've referred to the drafting of such policies in North Warwickshire. I'm familiar with them in West Lancs and elsewhere. If I could just bring in Mr. Bonner just very briefly, just on that point, he can tell you about how it's worked, I think, in North Warwickshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannock. Mr. Bonner.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can, yes.
Thanks. So the reserve site policy in North Warwickshire, local plan adopted September 2021, is policy LP 38, and they've got a series of reserve sites there ranging from 46 dwellings to 388, and there's a 360 dwelling reserve site there as well. And we've used the 5.5 year supply trigger taken from that plan, as Mr. Cannock says, to avoid the issue before it arises. I'm happy to run through any more detail on that, but hopefully that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonner. Just a question about the effectively how effective the use of this one site would be, given what you've said on those targets, and we can look at the targets that have been set out in the submitted policy, or indeed Mr. Cannock's proposed policy. How effective would this site then be to solving the issue that of a shortfall of housing? You know, what would it bring it back on track? I know that's delving into the unknown, but what confidence is there that the bringing forward of this site would make a material difference to that housing land supply issue that that would have been caused in the councils, in the partnerships policy by result of site specific constraints on other sites? Have the partnership done any analysis of whether there would be enough delivery on this site in order to balance out the problems that would have occurred from constraints on other sites? Perhaps I'm not making that. Perhaps I'm not making my point clear, but
I think the point, the partnership hasn't done any additional work on that, so we can answer that. Your point was clear enough. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cannock, Mr. Cannock, one of your triggering mechanisms in the proposal that you are seeking, and we have referred to this before, is about affordable housing. What confidence is there that the appropriate level of affordable housing could be delivered on this site? Obviously, if one of the potential trigger mechanisms is in relation to a drop in the provision of affordable housing elsewhere, then there must be some confidence that this site could actually deliver affordable housing, and some of those problems wouldn't be replicated on this site. So, in terms of viability, what confidence is there that we could have that that this site could deliver on those particular requirements?
Well, so our position, I think, is based on two primary pieces of evidence. Firstly, the latest viability appraisal, the supplementary appendix submitted by the partnership, document B26.7, which uses the typology approach and looks at indicative urban fringe main town locations, including Cossey at 600 dwellings and 1,000 dwellings, and demonstrates that a policy compliant 33% would be viable. But also, sir, in our appendix to our Matter 9 Issue 4 statement, we have a site-specific bespoke FVA, financial viability appraisal, from CBRE, which looks at both an 800 and 1,000 unit viability appraisal, and shows that in both scenarios, a policy compliant 33% can be delivered on this site. And I'm sufficiently small-minded, of course, to draw a contrast with other sites that are before you that are unable to do that. So I think those instructing me are very confident in the light of that site-specific viability appraisal that affordable housing can and will be delivered on this site.
Thank you, Mr. Cannock. Can we just look at the issue of the school? And I know, Mr. Cannock, you have referred to this elsewhere earlier in this examination, but can I just understand the issue of how the safeguarding would work for the school and the sixth form college, and what impact that would have on the the delivery of the site.
Well, I think the first point, sir, if I may, that I'd like to draw your attention is to try and bring some clarity, because I think this goes to our point about whether the site should be a full allocation. And I don't know, sir, if you have to hand the statement of common ground with the local education authority. I'm afraid I don't have a document reference immediately to hand. But what that document is saying, and I understand there may have been a degree of muddying the waters, but the statement of common ground at paragraph 1.3 for your notes is very clear. It says the proposal by NCC is to relocate sixth form education provision at Ormiston Victory Academy to help ensure that there will be sufficient local secondary school places to meet the needs of existing residential development sites. So the relocation is required to meet the needs of existing residential development sites. And these needs are demonstrated by the school forecasts, which include the impact of consented residential development sites. And if one looks on, sir, it says that on the basis of the secondary school forecasts, the pressure for places at the academy is due to increase from a small surplus of 61 in 2024-25 to a deficit of 206 places in 2026-27, and then to be a deficit of 160 places by 2030-31. And so I won't go through all of that, but if you read it, it's made quite plain that on the basis of existing consented development, there is a requirement to increase capacity at Ormiston Victory Academy. And the only identified remedy that we have seen is for there to be a new sixth form college, which would be effectively built on the appeal side. So that's something which appears to be required now and consistent with the infrastructure requirements, etc., etc. Sorry, I'm just being told that the education statement of common ground is attached to our Matter 5 statement, document E5.10, if that helps. So there would be a need to allocate the site now. Now, what we have done, sir, in the delivery statement appended to the Matter 2 statement is to give an illustrative layout as to where both the primary school and the secondary school can be laid out. And that can be laid out essentially towards the middle of the site, separated by some woodland, and that wouldn't prevent an early phase being accessed by either of the two accesses. And I mean, it would be a matter of liaison with the LEA as to how that was brought forward, but it certainly wouldn't impact on the delivery of housing on the site. It would be part of an illustrative master plan that would then be phased appropriately. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cannock. Thank you. Mr. Walker and Mr. Freer.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to raise the point that this matter was discussed in the Part 1 hearings, and it was advised that the need for the sixth form would be triggered by the development of this site, and it's not needed to deal with existing development. That's just a point of clarification from previous matter discussions.
Thank you. Yes, we did. But I'm aware also that we did say we'd return to it when we looked at Cossey as an individual site. So I'm just returning to it. So I'll come back to Mr. Cannock on that. Actually, Mr. Cannock, would you like to respond to what Mr. Walker said? Because there does seem to be difference of view here.
There does, sir, and respectfully, I'm not able to resolve it. Ordinarily, what happens is we have undertaken our own analysis of the school forecasts. We have liaised with the local education authority, and that has resulted in a statement of common ground. And so I think, in fairness, the best that I can do is to invite you to read that statement of common ground, because it is entirely clear at paragraph 1.3, 1.5, and 1.6 that there will be a surplus in the forecasts as a result of existing consented development. It then goes on to say at 1.8 that there has historically been a pattern of secondary school pupil migration from the Ormiston Victory Academy to Taverham High School, which is not going to be able to take place in the future because of the Taverham High School reaching capacity. And it then goes on to say that further expansion of secondary education provision at the academy will not be feasible unless the existing sixth form provision is relocated to another local site. And having spoken and liaised with the local education authority, there is no other identified site other than this one, which is conveniently located close to the existing academy. Now, I don't know, and I can't explain, and I wasn't at the previous hearings, as to why the LEA or the LPAs are trying to row back from that. But certainly our evidence on school forecasts, supported by the Statement of Common Ground with the LEA, is clear.
Thank you, Mr. Cannock. Mr. Bonner, Mr. Freer's got his hand up, but Mr. Bonner may want to add something to what Mr. Cannock has said in terms of site promoter. So I'll bring Mr. Bonner in.
Thank you. Yeah, you recall I did say I would go away and discuss this with the Education Authority after the infrastructure session, which I did. And as Mr. Cannock says, it's not quite as clear cut from my discussions. The existing expansion of the academy is to deal with consented growth. Future expansion may not just be reliant on our site. It may be required due to existing allocations, and there's lots of different factors to do with existing capacity at schools, which Mr. Cannock's referred to. So I don't think it's quite as clear cut as saying it's just our site which will generate a need for further expansion and therefore the sixth form. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Mr. Freer.
Thank you, sir. Peter Freer from James Bailey Planning, acting for Welbeck Land. Our question really is to do with this education provision on this site and whether there's a fair selection with other sites in the area that were looked at previously, which our clients have discussed with the local education authority as well. We haven't obviously got a statement of common ground, but it's clear to us that there's a lack of education strategy supporting the Greater Norwich local plan. And these issues really should have been addressed by the local education authority, putting forward to support the local plan, what the strategy, how the strategy is and how it's taking shape. We listened to the Matter 5 hearing session, and within that it was clear, I think from Richard Dolman from Norfolk County Council, when he was asked by Mr. Hatfield, that there would need to be a further hearing statement, I think, on this point to address those ahead of Matter 9. That doesn't seem to have occurred. And I think the question from our point of view is, why is, if Cossey is the reserved site and a sixth form provision is to go here, has anyone looked at, whether there's sixth form capacities elsewhere in the fringe of Norwich? Why do you need to expand or relocate the sixth form centre when there's other sixth form facilities in a large urban area? And if there is a sixth form shortage of places going forward, would it not be better placed elsewhere in the Greater Norwich area? And I think working on other local plans recently, the education strategy does seem to be non-existent at best, really, because Annex 1 of the local plan doesn't really contain a huge amount of information to support infrastructure regarding education, and the document B12 Infrastructure Needs Report, again, it talks more about fact rather than what we needed to support the growth in the local plan. So we do think there is a severe lacking of information to support education provision for the Greater Norwich local plan.
Thank you, Mr. Freer. Mr. Cannock.
I won't comment on the general point that Mr. Freer makes about a lack of a coherent strategy across the piece, but I can assist slightly in respect of the Ormiston Victory Academy, because our education consultants have looked at it, and I understand it to be agreed with the local education authority that this isn't a case whereby any excess capacity at Ormiston, and it's not just the sixth form, it's across the secondary school, can be displaced to other sixth forms. And so therefore there is a requirement to provide greater capacity at the Ormiston Victory Academy. And what's being suggested is the additional capacity can be found on the existing school site, but only if the sixth form for Ormiston Victory Academy can be relocated. And so therefore it's not really an answer to say, well, that goes to Wymondham or somewhere else. It needs to be close to the existing school, and for obvious reasons in terms of staffing, etc., etc. And that is why this site has been selected. So I do understand some thought has been given to that. If he's making a wider point, then I'm afraid I can't assist further on that.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, is there anything you'd like to say in response to those points that have been made?
I've got nothing further to add on that. I would agree, Mr. Cannock, that it is an existing sixth form provision at Ormiston Academy, and the expansion of the secondary provision would look to relocate a sixth form. So it would be the existing sixth form just in a new building. Yeah, so it's not a new sixth form provision in that area. It's just about dealing with the expansion there. With regards to the wider strategy, that was dealt with throughout the process. The children's services have been involved with ensuring that there is enough school provision throughout. So they've advised through the site allocations and process, they've been involved throughout the way, the site assessments, to advise where additional school requirements may be. So there has been a GLP-wide approach to that.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, just looking at your hearing statement, there is a amendment on criterion 10. But is this a modification that the partnership is now seeking in respect of the pedestrian footbridge? Is this the mod? Is this how
That's
you
correct.
suggest
That is
the policy should be modified?
That is correct. That footbridge is not within the site boundary of this site. It actually sits to the north, where there's a development which is ongoing, which is outside of this boundary where the footbridge is to be sited. So it's not possible for the promoters of this site to secure land because it's not within their control. So that is something which shouldn't have been included in the policy, and we're seeking an amendment to omit that.
Mr. Cannock, have you got any comments on that proposed modification from the partnership?
No, so we agree and endorse that amendment. And so if I may just refer you to our answer to question 6 in our hearing statement, we have some other detailed suggested changes from 6.5 onwards. I don't want to be disrespectful. There's nothing earth-shattering in there. I think it's trying to make the policies fit for purpose. I don't need to detain you now, sir, but if you could just include that in your thinking, we'd be grateful.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions on this site. If there's anything, Mr. Walker, you'd just like to say in conclusion, if I just give the opportunity to say anything that, if you wish, on what you've heard.
I have no further comments to make, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation in today's session. We will adjourn now, and we will resume tomorrow when we're looking at some of the some small sites. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see those of you who are here tomorrow. Thank you.